1324th meeting of the Milwaukee City Council to order. This meeting is being conducted by video conference. The public has been invited to watch the meeting on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits, or by logging into Zoom video conference as an attendee. The public may submit comments in writing by email to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. There will be opportunities for the public to give oral testimony during today's meeting. When it's time to take public comment, staff will monitor the email inbox, the Zoom participant list, and the Zoom chat to see if anyone would like to speak. We will take comments in the order they are received and seen. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation and other meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. If members of the public become disruptive, we will mute and remove them from the video conference. If that fails to stop the disruptions, we will recess the meeting and return within 5 minutes. If we are unable to continue, council will briefly meet off-air to move unfinished business to the next council agenda. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The city of Milwaukee respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kayapuya Etc. Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. All right. Announcements. The city is hosting an Arbor Day celebration on Saturday, October 24th at the Public Works campus located at 6101 Southeast Johnson Creek Boulevard. The event includes a ceremonial tree planting, 120 free trees available to anyone interested, and voodoo donuts. Tree board members and an urban forester will also be available to answer any questions you have about trees. The types of free trees available include ponderosa pine, Jeffrey pine, and giant sequoia. This event runs from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., so you can stop by anytime. The ceremonial tree planting will begin at 10:15 and ends at 10:45. The Clackamas County Scare Fair continues on Friday, October 23rd, and will run through November 1st. This drive-through Halloween experience takes place at the Clackamas County Fairgrounds. The event runs from 7 p.m. until midnight. The cost is $20 per car for as many people as you can legally fit into your car, or if you're going alone, the single person price is $11.
And that's where Davis Graveyard is this year.
Yes.
Yes.
The Milwaukee Police Department is partnering with the DEA and volunteers on Saturday, October 24th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to hold a prescription drug turn-in event. The event takes place at the Public Safety Building at 3200 Southeast Harrison Street and is drive-through only. Please have prescriptions in a bag or box to quickly hand off. Those participating are asked to wear face coverings during the exchange. The North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District is holding a drive-through Halloween event at the Aquatic Park on Harmony Road on Friday, October 30th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. The Boo Bash includes trick-or-treat goodie bags for all before cruising through a not-so-spooky Halloween experience. Attendees must register in advance. The event is free for residents of the district and $5 for non-residents. Lastly, the city is hosting 5 free leaf drop sessions this year for those who live within the Milwaukee city limits. The first one will take place on Saturday, November 7th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Public Works campus on Johnson Creek Boulevard. In order to participate, please bring along a City of Milwaukee utility bill as proof of residency. which can be an e-bill or a paper bill. Participants are responsible for emptying their own leaves into the receptacles, and face masks will be required for all attendees. This service is free, but the city will be collecting non-perishable food for local families in need during each session, so everyone dropping off leaves is encouraged to donate. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage, where you will find the city calendar at www.milwaukieoregon.gov.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'd like to also give an update on the, well, first off, I would note that the Boo Bash, the NCPRD event, is sold out. It's been, I just double checked that on their Facebook page. It's been sold out for a couple of days now. So unfortunately, it's full. And I just wanted to give an update on the Bring Play to Milwaukie Bay campaign. We've raised 60% of our $50,000 goal, so we're still looking for people to help with the campaign for the nature play area at Milwaukie Bay Park. And people can learn more at www.milwaukeeparksfoundation.org. Just today, we found out that Windhorse Coffee will be selling some masks with the Windhorse logo and giving half of the proceeds to the park. So it was a nice addition to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any before I move on? No? All right. So our next item is our Milwaukie High School Outstanding Student Achievement. And this will be presented by Milwaukie High School Principal Carmen Gullen. Welcome. It's been a while.
Good evening. It has been a while. I miss you guys. So I'm excited about tonight. I'm very excited about tonight. Obviously, this whole online virtual schooling thing is very difficult, not only for our students, but for our staff as well. And so I'm super excited because I don't get a lot of student contact. So now I get to present an amazing student for the Student of the Month tonight. So I'm glad to be doing this, and thank you for allowing this to take place. So tonight I want to introduce Eden Joy Johnson as our Student of the Month. And I loved, I was putting everything together, and, you know, I know Eden from the time that I've been at Milwaukie, and she just has such a big influence on me and others with her positive personality. But as I was looking at her information, I noticed her middle name was Joy, and I thought, so perfect. I mean, that describes Eden. She is always joyful. She is amazing. I do want to read some comments that teachers gave me for Eden, and just I want her to hear what some teachers have said about her. So Mr. Delgado says that I'm so proud of Eden. She is an awesome student and kid. I really enjoyed working with her in track and field as her high jump coach. She has a great sense of humor, enthusiasm for life and friendship. She is and was a role model of leadership to the younger athletes and her peers. She deserves this honor, and I am so happy for her. And I'll read a couple more just because she's involved with so many things. I think it's good to hear kind of whatever role she steps in, she still brings that whole persona of joy and being kind, and it just runs through everywhere, actually. So Mr. Fell says that Eden has amazing energy. She wants to do it all. She is always supportive and willing to give her time to students, staff, and the school. Eden is very involved, extremely positive, fun, creative, a creative thinker, very personable and warm, and just a kind soul, a superstar and all-around brilliant human being. Mr. Alves says that Eden has an infectious charisma that brings positivity to any interaction. She genuinely wants to address problems in the world to improve the lives of other people, and she's willing to listen, learn, and work to make it happen. I have two more. One from Mr. Church. Thanks for sending this out. So I ask teachers to give and staff to just give me any words if they want to. So he said that I had the pleasure of supervising a couple of classes of the 21 lip sync that happened, and we do a lip sync at Milwaukie every year, at a lip sync battle session. And so last year, Freeland got to observe that and was thoroughly impressed by Eden's boundless energy, leadership skills, and enthusiasm for the activity. She kept dozens of blurry-eyed classmates engaged at 7:45 in the morning, even as they came in late, and attended inconsistently. She was always really positive. And I thought their performance at the assembly was spectacular, a testament to Eden's efforts. That's just one example of the spirit and leadership that she brings to the school. And her government teacher, Miss Sarah Egan, I've had the pleasure of knowing Eden for 4 years now. She brightens every room that she enters, and her positivity is contagious. She knows how to make all people feel included and valued in a way that is truly unique. I have loved watching Eden grow into a composed adult who has represented our school and community at the state level. I am so proud of you, Eden. I know you will do so many great things in the years to come. Don't forget to come back and share your accomplishments with our Mustang community. So I sent you a lot of information about Eden and how she represents us at the state level. I sent you a little copy of the video that the student government class made, and she had a big role in that and taking the lead in that. Eden, you're just an amazing human being, and I'm just so grateful for your compassion, but mostly for your joy, for you're always smiling. You know, when I called you, you were so excited and talking about Eden's sister also got this award, so she was just really excited. And it is different, Eden, because we get to do it like this, which your sister didn't get to do. So, but what I want to say is this family is amazing, and the kids are awesome, and Eden is just a very kind human being, and I absolutely adore her. So I'm just really grateful to be here tonight with her, and just want to thank her and her family for just everything they do. Thank you, Eden.
Thank you, Ms. G, for sharing all that. That was so good to hear. Very emotional.
So Eden,
You deserve it.
we often like to hear what the students' thoughts are for their future. I know that there is no weirder time to be a senior in high school than right now, but we'd still love to hear what you're thinking.
Definitely. I know for sure I want to go to community college just to figure out what I like. And I think my main goal in life, I haven't really decided on a personal major or career I'm specifically interested in, but I'd really love to go into the field of helping people, or in any way that I can, whether that's being a teacher or a therapist. As long as I'm there for people and helping them in any way I can. I haven't really discovered my exact drive or passion of exactly what I want to do, but I know hopefully going to college and trying out different things will give me time to find a major in something that I'm really passionate about, and until I figure out what I want to do for sure. But I just want to help people. That's my main goal in life.
That's a worthy goal for sure. We need more people who that's what they want to do. And I think you're very wise to start out at community school or community college, because it does allow you to explore things, take different classes, and not spend a fortune doing it, not end up in a giant debt in the process. I wish my kids would have gone that route. So we're going to allow each counselor to say something to you. Let's see, we'll start in order of my screen. So Lisa, you're up.
Thank you. Eden, you're very impressive with the academics and the athletics. It's always great to see the students that Ms. G brings to us. But I was particularly noticing the things in like you just said, about wanting to help people that you are engaging in workshops to teach students how to de-stress and mindfulness. Is that what the sources of strength is, or is that a different thing, the sources of strength on your list?
The sources of strength is a club we have in our school that I've been in since I think my freshman year, but it's mainly focused on suicide prevention, and we have a bunch of different activities students can get into and to promote throughout the school. And the workshop ideas that I create and I've done so far, they're a part of, I'm a member on the OASC board for the Student Executive Council, and so I have opportunities to present workshops to like middle schools, and I did a workshop for about 50 students in high school last year about anything I'm passionate about, which is like de-stressing and all those different types of topics. So those are two different things, but yeah.
Great. Well, it's really impressive, the stuff you're doing. And I will say to you, don't be in a rush to pick a major. I didn't pick a major till my junior year. So do not be in a rush. I think it's great that you're not feeling, like you have to go in knowing for sure what you want to do. I think that's what college is all about. So good for you. And I wish you the best.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
So next, Angel.
Eden, so as Mark said, I'm sure that this is an incredibly strange year for you. And I loved hearing about all of the things and reading about all the things that you do to help your fellow students to sort of, get through these and other challenges. I'm curious to know how you're doing and what you're doing for yourself to take care of yourself, because taking care of others is wonderful. And I'm so glad that you have that energy and that you bring that leadership to your peers. But I think it's really important. And so I'd like to hear a little bit about how you're doing a little self-care too.
It definitely has been a really long and rough summer, just figuring out how I'm going to go into this year. School-wise, I've started off okay. There's a lot going on. My term for my state thing is ending, so there's much more work to be done, which, to be honest, it piles on a bunch of stress. And I'm an overthinker, so it doesn't really help. But one of my favorite things to do, and I've been doing more, I just take walks around my neighborhood at like the end of the day, like around 6, because then the clouds are pretty, and I listen to my favorite music and just try and breathe and recollect. And I also like to play piano whenever I'm overstressed. And I have 3 dogs to help as well sometimes. But yeah, those are my go-tos. Yeah.
Good for you. Good. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself and you recognize that that's important. I also you've got someone who's sort of like floating over your shoulder here.
Yeah, this is my dad. We have to have a parent with us, but he's here.
Dad. Well,
Hey.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, been a pleasure.
Eden is also the student body president, and I didn't say that earlier, but I think you all should know. She's also the president. So, hey.
Kathy, you're up.
So I'm thrilled to hear that you're going to community college, and I feel a little awkward following on the heels of Council President Falconer saying this, but we are always looking for youth to serve on our committee. Keep prioritizing self-care, but kindness is not something that we talk about a lot in government explicitly, but it is something that I think this council in particular and this city really cherishes. And you've had a lot of really valuable experience, and I think you have a lot of insights that would be really, really helpful to us. So that's my 30-second pitch. And thank you so much. We always love meeting people and meeting their families. And Principal Gelman just brings us wonderful people that make us feel so good about the future and so good about the present of Milwaukee. So thank you for being one of those people. Yeah, you're doing great stuff in the world.
Thank you so much. Oh, that means a lot.
Wilda, you're muted. Wilda, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, my space bar apparently isn't working to turn off my microphone. But anyhow, what I started to say is it's really difficult being the fifth person to come in and say something, because most of the things have certainly already been said. I was extremely impressed reading the kinds of things that you've been involved in, and now additionally hearing your student body president, which is no surprise. That sounds good. I was especially interested in, as Councillor Beatty mentioned, in the facilitation of in the conference that you're going to do. And I was thinking, gee, some of those topics, mindfulness activities, de-stressing, they're ones that we all need too. So it'd be nice. We'll just chime in on that conference. So for you to have the ability to do those kinds of things and to facilitate a group discussion like that at your age is absolutely amazing. I'm sure you'll keep all that up and continue to find new ways to help other people. And I'd also echo what Councillor Heisey had to say is, if you're around in the area and find that you have some time, we are looking for youth involvement on our committees and would love to have you consider that. And again, congratulations to your dad and your other family members for, helping guide you along the way. And there you are, so thank you for being the exceptional person that you are. Speaks well of Milwaukie High School and of yourself also. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, Dad, you have an impressive family there. You raise good kids. Very cool. Yeah, you do the hardest sport in high school athletics, and you're the student body president. That's impressive. Cross country's tough, and then to do the work of student governance as well. I'm wondering if you would be willing to give your de-stressing seminar to the whole country, because right now we're kind of in a place where we could use that.
Yeah, we were given the option to choose whatever we want our seminar to be, and it's me and my friend doing this one together because so many people wanted to talk about it, because it's something you have to be passionate about, and we're all kind of feeling it. So we're like, this would be the perfect moment to share de-stressors.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I was a mere student body vice president when I was in high school. So you're on the track to be something way more important than a mayor. So I look forward to seeing what that ends up being.
And technically, I think our city recorder may have been the student body president of his college class. Is that correct? Yep. Mm-hmm. You're in good company. I was none of those things.
All right. So I have a plaque.
MilwaukeeOregon.gov/BC to apply for those youth positions. MilwaukeeOregon.gov/BC for the youth positions.
Cool. I'll look into it. Thank you.
So I have a plaque that typically, after I read it, I would come out into the audience and give to you, and then we would get a picture of ourselves taken together. So I will read the plaque, and then at some point, if this pandemic ever ends, I would be happy to take a picture with you so that you can have that if you want it. All right, the City of Milwaukee is proud to recognize for outstanding student achievement in academics, civic engagement, and extracurricular activities at Milwaukie High School, Eden Joy Johnson. Let it be known to all that on this 20th day of October 2020, the City Council of the City of Milwaukee, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the state of Oregon, recognized this student as an excellent example of the bright future of this community and nation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being you and for doing all the things you're doing. And I look forward to watching you progress.
Awesome.
Thank you. All your guys' words and questions, it's meant a whole lot to hear, and I'm thankful I was able to be here and get this award. Thank you all so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Eden. They're going to mail the plaque to Milwaukie, so I will call you. And also when the recording comes to me, I will forward it to you.
Cool. Awesome. Sounds sweet.
Oh, that reminds me, Principal Gelman, would you mind, I don't know if Scott's already reached out to you, the link in your letter, I guess it got lost in transmission somehow. I would love to see the video that you shared with us because I don't think we.
Oh.
At the bottom.
Okay, I will send it out.
Thank you.
It's amazing. Like it's gone all over the country. Literally. Like people have asked for it in California and so the work that Eden did with the other students, this is like, it's very creative and very original. And so people have asked if they could share it, and it's been shared all over the place.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Well, since we have you here, do you want to update us on what the world of being a high school principal is in the time of COVID?
Woo. Well, it's been quite the challenge. Obviously we went into a brand new building. So we have this brand new building. And when I resend the link, you'll be able to see Eden actually does a tour through the building. So you can see some of the building on the inside in that video. But basically, what's been going on at Milwaukie, I think mostly we have a lot of systems and groups that we're trying to coordinate, making sure that we're not losing kids, right? Like engagement is really difficult. Parents are struggling, they aren't they're trying to support their kids, but it's really difficult. And, obviously what we learned back in the day is not what's being taught now, and we forget things, and some have little ones. These are very challenging times. And it's been difficult for the staff too, because one of the things that people might make an assumption that now it's online, so you're not working as hard, or you don't have as much to do or whatever. It's actually it's twice as hard, because before we had the joy of our children, our students, hearing their laughter, talking to them, and just having them in our presence. And I think it's just made it really difficult for our staff. A lot of them are perfectionists and they want to see their kids. And when some don't engage, it's just been a lot of stress on the staff. And then recognizing the amount of stress on students and families, obviously the most stress on students and families in the sense of engaging and trying to do all this and watching kids. And, a lot of our parents have, our frontline workers. And so there's just a lot going on. It's been tough. Where our quarter ends on November 17th. So we broke it up rather than all 8 classes in one semester. We're doing 4 classes the first quarter, 4 classes the second quarter. So it's a bit confusing, right? People are used to the whole semester, but we couldn't be in school all day online. So we have 2 classes being taught in the morning and then 2 in the afternoon that are asynchronous. So that kids can work on those classes whenever they want. And then the ones in the morning, they come to. And then we record everything so that some kids can't get on at a certain time. Whatever's going on. We don't know, if they're working or they're doing childcare or, so then we record every single class session where kids can access that later and get that information. And we're also going to be doing all the things around the choir concerts and the band concerts and theater, and it's going to be done differently. Theater will have monologues and we'll have all of that. And then choir, they can sing separately, but bring it together. So they're doing some creative things so that kids could at least have that. Our clubs have started. So we have like at least 6 clubs that have already started meeting with kids virtually. And so kids are experiencing a lot of like mental health stuff, which is obvious, I think, for everybody. And obviously for our kids, they want to be at school, you know, and we want them there. And so it's just really hard. We might have an opportunity soon to start practices and stuff. So we'll see. There's a board meeting on Thursday where they're going to talk about some of these things about, you know, maybe even starting practices just in little pods or something. So we're worried about our students' mental health. And then like in the building, we're going by all the COVID protocols and sign-ins, and, you know, we have people rotating in, and I have most people working from home, and we've just had to really shift at how we do business, right? My campus monitors are still with us. They're delivering things. They're, you know, calling kids, working on them from last year's credits that they need to make. Like there's just a lot going on, but, you know, our hope is that we can get back into a building and be with our kids soon. It's tough. Beautiful, beautiful building, by the way.
I know. I was describing that the other day to somebody. I said, here we are. Milwaukee's got a brand new library and a brand new high school, and nobody's gotten to use either one of them.
No, and we're just waiting. Like yeah. So it's a little bit tough, you know.
Yeah.
It's tough for everybody across the country. So we just have to remember to like just keep things in perspective, do some of the things that Eden was talking about, and cut ourselves a break. Because I think for my teachers, they worry because, you know, if they get 60% engagement, they're worried about the 40% of kids that they're not able to get. And it's really difficult. And then also for kids to navigate the system. Like when we think about like our ELD population or our special ed students, like navigating these computers and how to upload videos and, you know, all that stuff is a huge learning curve. Our kids have been excellent. They have behaved so well. Like I'm so proud of them. In these classes, they're behaving. I'm going to knock on wood. It's been great. And they've done a really good job.
Cool. Well, hang in there. Give all of our kudos to the teachers and the staff, and tell them that we think they're heroes.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Carmen.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Garba.
Okay. Community comments. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear the community members' statements regarding city business. Those wishing to speak, please raise your hand or indicate you wish to speak. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because information is provided during community comments may be new, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Before we begin, is there any follow-up from the October 6th community comments? Ms. Over.
There's not.
Okay. Scott, you got anything out there?
I see no emails, Mr. Mayor, and I see no hands raised.
All righty. Should we give it a second or we good? All right. We'll do the consent agenda. If somebody pops in, we can always
Well, you know.
do that. All right. Tonight's consent agenda includes the minutes of the August 18th, 2020 work session, the September 8th, 2020 study session, the September 15th, 2020 work session, the September 15th, 2020 regular session, a resolution appointing Christina Harris and Madison Tucker to the tree board, and a resolution authorizing a development agreement for the Monroe Apartments development. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? I can't see everybody. Hang on. My thing's being weird. No. Okay. Then I would entertain a motion.
I move to accept the consent agenda.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve tonight's consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard or seen. It passes unanimously. Okay. Our next item is intersection murals, a discussion, and this will be led by City Manager Ann Ober.
I actually have the smallest role in tonight's discussion. So the way we're going to present this is, this was brought to us by a group of community members. Hi, E and Brian, who are on this. Stefan Lashbrook is also playing a role in tonight's discussion, as well as a couple of other community members. So I'm gonna let them introduce that team in a minute. But first, I was asked to give a little bit of background about the program. So Jordan's just gonna give you a little bit of background about the intersection mural program, and then he'll throw it over to the team to talk.
Thanks, Ann. So we have a pretty, I guess it's a pretty simple process right now that kind of doesn't have a whole lot of steps to it. But so we have a process where basically anybody can come to the city and request a painted intersection. They simply need to present designs to the Arts Committee and have them reviewed for approval. And then as part of the process, they need to get a temporary event permit should they get approval to get the painted intersection. But they also need to get 80% approval from the neighbors within 400 feet of the proposed mural as well to get the go ahead to paint that mural. So far, we've just had a few murals painted in the city. The first was in the Ardenwald neighborhood, and actually in between Ardenwald and Portland. It's sort of a dual mural. And then another mural in the Island Station neighborhood. That was the most recent one, and that effort was led by Alicia Hamilton. And now we have this mural that was proposed by the Llewellyn NDA, and I'll turn the time over to them so they can kind of talk about their experiences with the process.
Who wants to start?
I guess I'll kick it off, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like.
Sure.
This is Stefan Lashbrook, the chair of the Llewellyn neighborhood. I realize it looks like I'm sitting in the dark, but doesn't feel like that in here. Although my kids would tell you I'm often in the dark. But so I'm going to actually start by saying there are a number of people I know observing from our neighborhood and probably from some other neighborhood associations who've been involved in this conversation. But I'd like Ernesto and Brian to kind of kick it off with the background of how we got to where we are now. I'll jump back in with some things that I would urge you to consider going forward. But before we even go there, I think I also want to acknowledge Rebecca, Jules, Anza, all tuning in, and then some other neighborhood members. Thanks to all of them who've been participants in this. So Ernesto, why don't you go ahead and give us the background?
Great. Scott, can I share my screen? Will it let me, do you think?
Yeah, I'll make you a co-host right now.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I just have about 8 slides that I wanted to share about this process, and then give you a little bit of more background as well. So, all right. So just a little a background story. The reason why this kind of came to the neighborhood association is Brian and I live in the Llewellyn neighborhood. We live on Rainbow Lane, or just off of Rainbow Lane. And we've thought about visibility and inclusion a lot. And especially for me, a couple of years ago when we moved to this neighborhood, we put up a rainbow flag on our house. And I have a neighbor who happens to have a daughter who's trans. And they were walking by our house one day, and I was out there, and she said, you know, one day I was walking by with my daughter, and she told me, look, they put up a flag, that's for me. Essentially basically showing the symbolism or the visibility that a symbol like that would show to this to this young trans girl that this neighborhood was for her and that we were kind of here for her. So even though I didn't put up that flag for her, I didn't know her at that time, seeing this sign, this symbol, made her feel like she was seen, like she was like she had a place here in Milwaukie. So it made me think about what else could we do to show folks in our neighborhood, especially folks who are often marginalized, who don't see that kind of visibility in our neighborhood, to make them feel like they do have a home here. Like this is their neighbor, their neighbor as well. So Brian's going to share a little bit about what we were thinking.
So at the beginning, we were thinking of where we would put it. And since we live close to Rainbow Lane, we thought a rainbow on Rainbow Lane would be something that would work. And it just kind of, came together. And this is actually the street where we were thinking of putting it. And where it says 55th Avenue, we were thinking of putting it on top of there. And after that is when we went into with the signs.
Yeah, so the Neighborhood Association created specialty meetings that we would hold in addition to our regular meetings. Neighborhood associations don't typically meet during the summer, or at least not most of the summer. Ours decided to actually have extra meetings, bi-weekly meetings, sometimes weekly meetings, to discuss this project and get it to move forward in a quicker fashion. We knew that time was not on our side because once it gets cold and rainy, you really can't paint anything. And that's kind of feedback that we got from Alicia and the Arts Committee. And so we threw out a ton of designs, talked about like what this could look like, and we settled the Neighborhood Association after a lot of deliberation, conversation, education, settled on 2 designs, very similar, but I'll kind of explain why the symbolism is here. So these might just seem like random colors or images, but there's really a really strong rationale behind each of these things. The rainbow in the background represents the LGBTQ community. It's a symbol that has been used for that community for a long time. It also happens to be part of the Bible. Then there's inside of that, the blue, pink, and white stripes. Those represent specifically the trans community or the transgender or gender nonconforming community. And then within that, this hand that has been used by a lot of social justice movements, including women's suffrage, the different labor movements, agriculture workers, most recently the Black Lives Matter movement. Not necessarily emblematic of any of those things, but more of a representation of social justice and kind of moving forward. And then colored with lots of different skin shades, representing the diversity of the shades of our communities, that our neighbors come in all colors, basically. So that's this one. The second one, we thought of, again, just the same color schemes, kind of designs, but instead using a symbolism of a peace sign, which again represents this like idea of like peace and unity. And that's kind of the design, the original design that we thought where we could put it. Maybe not that same size, but that's kind of the area, the placement on 55th.
And at the beginning, when we started this, we wanted to think first and wanted to know what we wanted the message to come across when we, painted this mural. And we took us quite some time as the Neighborhood Association. And these are some of the goals that we kept in mind. The ones that I actually like is highlighting most vulnerable in our community and showing compassion and values of our city, especially after the city started did the Black Lives Matter protest. It kind of seemed like the right moment to bring this up as well. And we also followed it by sending a letter to the people that were within the 400 feet radius of it. And we actually explained in this letter the symbols and what it means. And the reason for this is because in one of the neighborhood association meetings that we had, we ran into the issue of the fist, which was the first sign, and how it represents violence and how it was associated with Black Panther movement. And I can't remember who it was, but one of the members from the Girl Scout troops, they did a presentation on the fist and what it represents and how it was used on different marginalized groups. They also did this presentation when we went around and asking other neighborhoods for funding. And this was also part of the letter that we sent out to the people that were within 400 feet. And we wanted them to vote on it. We wanted to hear their voice. We also, gave them an option to why they chose that, which ones they chose, and also why, if they decided they didn't support it. And we just wanted to get the feedback, because we, as a marginalized group, know what it feels like not for your voice to be heard. So we didn't want to impose that onto someone else.
And then I just wanted to share, I'll stop sharing my screen. I wanted to share some of the comments that we received as we were going through this process, and actually that we keep hearing as I continue to walk my dog in the neighborhood. I keep running into neighbors who want to stop me and talk about this project. So some of the folks that were in support of this project said things like, "I love that we get to be a part of a community that values equality and justice. I'm really hopeful that this mural will be painted so my family can feel visible. We've never felt seen here. Grand issues deserve grand statements. We support you. I like both. I personally feel this is an amazing idea. Support 100%. As a queer family, I want to say thank you for doing this. We need more beautiful things like this. This project matters to me so much. It is more than just paint on a street. This shows me I'm welcome." And then I also didn't want to stop and just share the positive responses. I also want to share some of the negative responses, just so you can understand that this neighborhood is not ubiquitous in support. We did get 5 neighbors or 5 households that responded they didn't think this was something that the city should do. I do not support this project because if you truly want to show that all are supported and welcome, then every group should be displayed, not only a few. Paint this junk in front of my house, not in front of your house, not mine. If you put this mural up, I'll put up a KKK flag in my yard. We don't support these kinds of things in Milwaukee. The city agrees with me, and they will never let you paint this here. Go back to Portland. And I share those things not to point anyone out. I don't want to share names or who it was, but to give you the idea of what it's like to go through a process like this and ask for approval for something like this, especially when it's about visibility. There are a couple members here from the Girl Scout troop who we really don't have young people join our neighborhood associations, at least not very often. And they came to every meeting, were there knocking on doors, gave numerous presentations, went directly to neighborhood associations to ask for funding. And I think seeing them be so passionate about this project and be so engaged in this project just made me feel like I need to do more, right? I'm an adult who doesn't have as many fears, maybe has more experience, and I should stand in front of them and defend kind of some of the negative things that we've been hearing. I want to give just a second for Rebecca, if you'd like to share. Rebecca has led one of the Girl Scout troops that is from Milwaukee, to just share a little bit of your perspective being part of that Girl Scout troop and hearing what the troop said about their experience in this project.
Thank you, E. My name is Rebecca Stavenjord. I live in the city of Milwaukee in the Llewellyn neighborhood, and I'm the troop leader for Girl Scout Troop 10283. We are an inclusive troop consisting of elementary and middle school students, and we have been very excited to take on social justice projects as a number of different types of service that we do in the community, but especially after the murder of George Floyd and the protests and civic uprising that was happening across our country, a few of the older scouts came to me with interest to take on a project that was closer to home. So at that time, we became familiar with the Rainbow Lane project, and it's within walking distance of where we live. So we got connected with the neighborhood association, which I want to say, and I'd actually like to introduce the 2 scouts that had been involved through the course of this, but it's not often that you see young people as part of a neighborhood association. And this was a big thing for our whole troop to realize that the neighborhood association is open and welcoming to them. They live here, they have a voice, they should be involved, and they should feel comfortable. And it took, honestly, several meetings, to no fault on anyone's part, but just to get comfortable being in that space. And certainly on Zoom meetings didn't make it any easier. So I would like to introduce Anza. She has her camera on, and Jules, who does not have their camera on, but maybe you could just introduce yourself and the level that you're in. Anza?
My name's Anza, and I am an 8th grade cadet in the troop 10283.
And Jules? Okay, so they sent me a message. Well, too intimidating tonight to say hello, but they're definitely there and invested in this project. So I would like to say that Girl Scouts is built around service and leadership, and this gave our troop an opportunity to exhibit that very close to home. The Scouts got to work on their leadership skills, on overcoming some nervousness that they had presenting and presenting to other neighborhood associations without having attended those meetings. They did public speaking work, they did presentation work. Jules put together the presentation that Brian mentioned about the use of the symbolism in the imagery proposed. They did a presentation back to our troop, and the troop voted to contribute their own funds from cookie season to help fund this project. And so I can say wholeheartedly that our troop is 100% behind this project. And so it was really close for us, not only geographically, but close to our hearts and the type of service that we want to bring to the community. They confronted not only the uncomfortableness of talking in neighborhood meetings or on Zoom calls, but also door knocking, as E mentioned. And it can be really intimidating, not only door knocking or canvassing. Many of you probably know that already, but in this time where symbolism is so intensely polarized, it took a lot, and we debriefed a lot. And I think that, this is a topic and some symbolism that touches on personal issues that's very close to our troop as well. And so I just want to thank you, E, and the Llewellyn Neighborhood Association for opening your doors to our troop and making a welcoming space. And we are happy to be a part of this, however it moves forward and in future meetings. So thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. And I think Stefan wanted to then share some suggestions about the process and how basically, because of 5 neighbors who were in opposition to this, and some neighbors who didn't respond at all, no matter how much we tried, unfortunately, we don't have 80% approval. Of the people that did respond, we have over 80%, but unfortunately, there are a number of people that didn't respond at all, including vacant lots. So Stefan, you want to continue?
Yeah, so let me just put some numbers to that. So we concluded that there were 31 occupied residences within 400 feet. Of those, that Ernesto already gave you a rundown on the 5 clear negative responses, but it was the 9 people who chose not to respond who brought the thing to a halt, and not because there was 17 people who supported it. So that created some questions in our mind, and I think they're questions that I'm glad the city council's at least open to consider. One of them is maybe 80% approval is not the appropriate threshold. Maybe it should take 20% rejection, which would be a different way to look at that, and that would change the numbers completely in this situation, at least. Should a party's decision not to respond be considered the same as a no vote? I don't see why that should be. Should each residence only have 1 vote? That gets very tricky if you've got a husband and wife who disagree about it, I don't know how that might shake out, but it's worth talking about. Should properties within the city limits have the same votes as those outside the city? It looked to us like 4 of the properties within 400 feet are probably outside the city limits. I don't have strong feelings about that, but I know some people do. And then it gets really strange if you think about what if within 400 feet is the other side of 224 or the other side of Johnson Creek, or the other side of McLaughlin. It makes it impossible for some of those things to seem equitable if you're going to say those people could have a vote that could affect the outcome. So where the conclusion we reached with this is, okay, we're at a standstill with it. We understand that, but we really urge the city council to open this up for a broad discussion in the community about how these rules might be changed and what that might mean. that's really all I had to offer.
Was there anybody else that wanted to say something before we start having that conversation? The one potentially, the person I might want to hear from is Hamid, because he represents Art Mob, and you've been somewhat engaged in this as well. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The Milwaukie Arts Committee really supports this. We've not seen this kind of outreach and community engagement from any artists wanting to do a community project. And during these particular times, I feel like we need to support this in any way possible. I would like to see some paint on the ground as soon as springtime comes around.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So Mayor, I did want to, if it's okay, this is Anne, I wanted to just provide a little bit of context to the council members tonight about what the discussion is and what the options are really. In the staff report, the NDA provided you with 4 or 5, and I think Stefan went through them very well, options for how you could change the program to better reflect what the interests are of the community in seeing this type of program go forward. Staff is largely supportive of whatever those outcomes would be. The piece that I do just need to make sure is really clear is that the content has to be agnostic when I apply the rules from the city. So just so the public generally knows, if the rules change, they change across the board for anyone who's making an application to do this type of work. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in one more time, it's hard for me not to get emotional about the work of the Scouts and Ernesto and Brian. In a lot of ways, they took a lot of risks. So thanks to them.
Yeah, I agree. I get it. Yeah, at this time more than ever before in my life, for sure. Okay, so we have some things that we can consider. I do, when we originally established this, a couple of these went through my mind as, are we setting the right metric? And when you do a program like this, you kind of don't know how it's going to play out until you try it a little bit. And I think this is giving us some feedback. We have 3 now. It gives us an opportunity to kind of look at it. I do think the issue brought up of kind of the natural barriers, if you will, or like if 224 was, say, dividing up, the people in the 400-foot circle, or if the railroad tracks out by Railroad Avenue was, or something like that, right? It's almost like it's a completely different place. So does that make sense for it to be always a 400-foot circle? That's definitely one I would be interested in having a conversation on. I think, the issue of trying to get 80% of trying to get 100% feedback so that you know what your neighborhood thinks is hard. As we well know, we can't get 100% of people to vote to save their lives. So we, expecting 100%, which is kind of what you have to get, right? Unless everybody's for it and 80% actually chime in. So I'm kind of interested in this 20% negative feedback metric rather than an 80% positive feedback. The only caveat that I would personally add to that is we would have to ensure that every single person who is supposed to get it, whether that the 400-foot thing, different discussion, but that once we've settled on that, every single person that should get it absolutely does get it, because I can just hear the feedback. It goes out. a bunch of people don't answer, we don't get our 20% negative, we do it, and all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people that say, oh, I never heard anything about this. So we'd have to really make sure somehow, and I don't know what that mechanism is, but I think that's gonna, unless we leave it the same, that's gonna be the case with almost any concept that we have. So those are my thoughts about low-hanging fruit, and this feels like something that this council could figure out and probably even figure out tonight, and move on. This has been going on for quite a while. So I'm curious to hear other people's thoughts.
I mean, I'm happy to start. I was in some prior conversations, I will admit, with E and Brian and others here. So I've been thinking about this for a while. Yeah, to me, it makes no sense that people that the result is skewed by people who don't respond. Whether that's, it could be purposefully sandbagging, like I don't want to say no, but I don't want to, or it could just be, like you said, misdirected mail or unopened mail or whatever. So, so to me, that's the easy solution, is to take those people, the non-responders, out of the equation. And whether you say that is, in effect, it seems to me that is kind of the same thing as setting up a 20% objection rate, but maybe it's a little bit different. I think, in this case, they've got 9 non-responders, and you send 9 certified letters that you get a return receipt, and give them 2 weeks or whatever, and you will be deemed to have, you won't participate if we don't hear from you by this date or whatever. I think that, this doesn't have to be super elaborate. I think there are easy ways to make this make more sense. And taking those non-responders out of the equation seems natural to me, that the approval rate or the objection rate, whichever way you want to look at it, shouldn't account the people who don't respond.
So technically the program was never voted on by council, so we're not amending an ordinance or a resolution tonight. This really is a thing where, as council's going through this, if you want to do a straw poll with each of these discussion topics so that you can put items behind you, if they're decided, we're great with that. However you want to go through that, letting us know the majority interest of council would be great.
I guess, and just to finish, I would say, because the mayor started with the impediment, is it across 224, is it across the river? I'm sort of agnostic on that point. I don't think we have to design this program for every conceivable. We've only had 2, and those 2 haven't been controversial. And in one case, the Island Station one, half, like 2/3 of the way around it is public property. So the number of homes that had to be consulted were actually very few. So, every situation is going to be different, and yeah, maybe we'll hit that situation, but I wouldn't think it behooves us to spend a lot of time anguishing over that.
Just a process point, could we go not by each counselor with all of their views on all of the things, but go, question number 1, what do you think? Using the straw poll suggestion that Anne used, because otherwise this conversation is just gonna be all over the map. Can we do that? So are we on question number 1, or are we on question number 5?
Right.
Are we gonna go number 1?
Several of them inform each other, right? So
yes, but we have to commit to an answer one way or the other.
Right. I thought if each of us spoke for 3 minutes, we'd have a sense, maybe, of a general direction, and then we could start whittling it down from there. Rather than making a decision about something and then having to readdress that decision, because the 5th decision up affects that decision. So since
We have two proposals, folks. Which one would you prefer process-wise?
or you could have the person who's actually running the meeting choose the process.
All right.
All right, so Wilda, I would like to hear from you, please.
Well, one thing I'd like to know is whether or not the Arts Committee has discussed this and if they have considered any changes to the guidelines, realizing that it generates basically out of the Arts Committee, if I remember correctly. And it's important to keep in mind that while this particular issue was brought to us for this particular intersection painting, that what we decide and what ends up being in writing from the Arts Committee or the city or whatever applies to every mural going forward. And so we need to look at it in a generic kind of, point of view also, which I think is important. I'm one of those that chimed in on, which of those two did I like, and I can't remember that I even made a choice because I thought they were both interesting. I was surprised to find out that if you don't answer, you're counted as a no. So I would be in relative support of of changing that to you make an effort, and then maybe do registered mail or something if it's that many that you need to hear back from. I'm also wondering if this is something that we turn over to the community to pose the questions on Bang the Table and see what kind of response we get. I don't know about the value of that. I don't know if that's high, medium, low, whatever, but it's important. It appears to be important that we hear from the entire community, but relatively, the easy fix right now, or the easy fix on all of these going forward, is to do something about the whether you say yes or no or you don't answer. That's my thinking at the moment.
Okay. Angel?
Yeah, so I guess I would just sort of also, as background, remind folks that we basically copied and pasted this from an existing program in Portland. The first intersection painting was the one that I led, and it was in Portland. And so, we did have to get signatures from both sides of the border, Milwaukee and Portland. And we used Portland's program to do it because Milwaukee didn't have one. So, these thresholds that we set, they were set before I was on council, but when I was active in this, and active in pushing for Milwaukee to adopt a similar program, I don't think that these were necessarily the things that really caught our attention, or that we spent a whole lot of time deliberating on. Well, I certainly didn't deliberate on any of them, but the council at the time, didn't. We adopted these things because they just that was the model that we had in place. And so I guess I would just encourage us to really think, that this is a completely, this is completely discretionary on our part, and we've essentially just sort of set some guidelines for staff, to administer a program. And, I think there's lots of really great points that have been raised, including whether 400 feet is even reasonable for something so small and that has such, so little impact really when, I think, don't we require 300 feet on some land use, projects? So, I think we should really be open to reconsidering, all of these things. And so I'm certainly in favor of, if you don't respond, especially if there's a vacant lot. Did I hear there's a vacant lot involved in one of these? Yeah. So yeah, I'm absolutely in supportive of some of these easy, like you said, Mayor, low-hanging fruit. It's got to be an affirmative rejection, as opposed to a non-response. I think that's a pretty easy thing to do, and I think that, like Councilor Beatty said, I think that there are easy ways that people can demonstrate that effort's been made, including certified return mail. So those are my sort of initial thoughts, Mayor. I'd actually be supportive of, I don't know if I'm great with hammering out, in response to each of these 6 things, but I'd also be interested in, next time we talk about this, maybe exploring some of the other things that aren't even, maybe we're not even considering here. There might be other obstacles here. There might be other things. I mean, I remember thinking at the time, I was a little concerned about, assigning responsibility for approval, to a committee. That is, as long as there are objective standards about what a design looks like, there doesn't need to be any committee, assigned to reviewing it. So my 2 cents.
Okay. Well, I definitely heard a general consensus around either the concept of a 20% negative or at least leaving out the non-respondents if we wish.
We haven't heard from Kathy yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh, did the only thing you said was to try and change the process? I'm sorry. I thought you had said other things before that.
No, I didn't. So I guess I want to frame the conversation just before I make any comments by saying that I'm conflicted because this is supposed to be a neighborhood program. And I don't know, there's something to 20% of the people just being wildly opposed that feels not very building neighborhood about it to me, When I think about what the purpose of this program is, my understanding is that it is to give neighbors an opportunity to get to know each other better and to create something together and to work together, and that will then subsequently also beautify the neighborhood and will potentially offer some traffic calming to it. And obviously in the course of this proposal, you did get to know some neighbors and it wasn't a very pleasant experience. So it's not, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just have a concern around, are we, as we think about changing these standards, keeping that neighborhood piece front and center, So that said, I think that the process that Councilor Beatty outlined of, doing the registered mail and really having a clear concerted effort to reach the people who are non-responsive. And yeah, if you've got a vacant house, your neighbors. So why would you need to include that? That makes no sense to me. Vacant lots, vacant houses make no sense to be included in that count. And yeah, I'm just a little torn about what does it mean if you've got 20% of your neighbors who say, I really don't want this. I don't know. And I'm trying to apply that in a context beyond the one that's been set before us, because we would be changing the rules for everything. And I love so much of what came out of this effort. So I don't mean for this to be interpreted as opposition in any way, shape, or form. But I do think what happens if you have a design that expresses other values that might be hurtful to some neighbors, but that 20% threshold may not be enough to prevent something like that from happening. So it's very messy in my mind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I agree that vacant houses and places where you have, where you're getting no response, those should not be included as a 20% of the objection. I do think that properties outside of the city limits, as Council President Falconer pointed out, we do have borders. They are your neighbors. We should include those. whether or not 400 feet makes any sense or a circle makes any sense, those are very good questions. I don't know that they do. And I think that you do have natural barriers, as you mentioned in your questions, like busy streets or creeks. And yeah, those delineate neighborhoods in very meaningful ways, and shouldn't, houses on the other side shouldn't necessarily be included in those, or should not be included. So there you go. This is why I didn't want to do it this way, Mark, because my thoughts are all over the map.
Actually, your thoughts were very good, and they were something that I was toying with bringing up myself. I agree. It's exactly right that, the purpose of this, besides traffic calming, was to try and create some neighborhood togetherness. And so it absolutely sort of feels antithetical to say it'll take a 20% negative response. So, I mean, the allegory to that is just you need 80% of people who respond to agree to it. But I think it gets us to the same place. And if we set parameters for what's required to say, we did reach out to these people and they absolutely are aware of it, but they chose not to respond, then it's like you got your ballot in the mail, but you didn't vote. And so it just doesn't count. It's not a negative. I think that is a fairly simple fix that makes sense and is very in line with the way we do everything else in the society. So do I have a thumbs up on that general direction? Not seeing any thumbs. 1, 2.
Well, I think so, but I'm not sure. You just kind of did your own meandering, so I'm not.
All right, okay. So I'll be more short and clear.
Okay.
Allowing for a project to go forward if we got an 80% positive response from those who responded. So a not response is a null rather than a negative. Okay.
Can I clarify, Mayor? Just to make sure I'm clear, that means also adding in something similar to what Councilor Beatty said in terms of making sure that the notification got to the home.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we need to have some way of knowing that they saw it. Do we feel like we need to address any of those other things, the natural barriers, the 400 feet? Or do we feel like this one change is enough?
Well, I do think that number 3 is interesting. I think we can't know how many people are living in a household, but it's a very interesting question. And if 3 out of 4 household members would be supportive, I guess I would just say there maybe there's room for us to have some consideration of, it's not one house, one vote necessarily, but as many as respondents from the households who were contacted.
I think that gets awfully hard to police and monitor. And then in one house where multiples are responding, and another house where one person got the mail and didn't consult anybody else in the house. I mean, how do we know?
No, we can't. But what we can do is we can count the number of votes that were received, period. We don't have to guess how many votes weren't received, because we're not doing it now for the houses that didn't cast a vote.
But
Yeah,
how do you get the 80% then?
Yeah.
How do you get the 80% then? You'd have to know the population of the houses.
Right.
Right.
Are we talking about people, or are we talking about houses?
Well, so let's say just for fun, let's say there's 20 people that live in one of these new 5-plexes that we're talking about, and that actually adds up to half of the entire 400-foot circle population-wise. So all those people agree, and they pretty much overwhelm everybody else. So,
or they disagree and it overwhelms everybody else.
or that.
Well, I would have a hard time thinking about how you could determine population of that area, because you have no idea how many people live in some of those houses.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, what if at the time of this, they've got a grandkid that's spending 6 months there, you know, is that, you know.
They can also be a share of a vote. I'm not saying I love this idea. It's a lot of extra work. But if you wanted to do a share of a vote, so 5 people equal 1 and they all do a percentage, I'm in. But it does get messy.
No, I'm all in favor of 1 house, 1 vote. That's my thinking.
Me too.
We can encourage, you know, maybe there needs to be some standardization of how the outreach is done to households around this. And so we could say, hey, when you are proposing a project like this and you're doing the outreach to your neighbors, put in there, hey, we want to hear from you as a household. We hope that you sit down together and talk about this and you come to a conclusion together on whether or not you support this. And if there's conflict in your house, get back to us about it. We'd like to hear about that. And that's non-committal, but it can surface if there is some dissent in a household that bears further consideration.
I like that.
Sure.
I also like maybe reducing to 300 feet. I mean, it does seem to me, I think some of our land use is 300 and some is 400. I think it depends on the level, but I think reducing to 300 feet makes sense. And, or, you know, I mean, our blocks are 200, right? Well, downtown. I mean, most parts of our neighborhood don't have uniform blocks.
Yeah, blocks.
Yeah. But maybe even 200 feet. And I think if we do that, we don't really have to get into the barriers issue, right? I mean, I think that's going to be far less likely to be an issue. The, you know, Johnson Creek or the 224 or whatever. I mean, 224 is 100 feet wide anyway, right? So.
Yeah, so 200 feet.
Yeah. Well,
300 feet.
200 feels
300 feet.
Small. I'd be fine with 300.
Yeah, 300.
Fine.
And I agree. It would eliminate some of those barriers. You know.
I think it addresses those barriers issue, but something that Kathy was saying about community and neighborhood, you know, actually made my thinking sort of go a little bit more the other way, which is, you know, the enjoyment isn't just within 200 feet of these projects. You know, lots of people in our neighborhoods pass by these murals. And so, you know, you might find more support, you know, within 400 feet than you do 200 feet. So I just want to, I guess I just raised that as a flag of caution. I mean, you know, maybe we're solving one problem and potentially creating another.
Yeah.
It may come back to us again.
It's possible. All right, then let's straw poll on 300 feet.
300?
Yeah, 300. All right, so it's 300 feet and the other thing. Do we feel like we need to change anything else?
Well, were we going to do a straw poll on, is it 1 vote, 1 house?
Oh.
Or is it people we didn't
I kind of felt like we landed on that. Okay.
Yeah, the room was definitely not on trying to figure that out, so.
All right.
I mean, what if it's a household with 6 people, but they're all kids 6 years old and less or whatever, you know, that.
I like kid art the best.
Critics.
Yeah.
Kid art is the best.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So do we feel like any of the others are necessary with those 2 changes?
Nope, I don't.
Okay. There you have it. So go forth and whoever's responsible, that's Art Mob or the staff or.
Jordan's going to have to rewrite a few of these things. So we will rewrite them and we will get the general standards out. I've talked to E and Brian in the past.
I just want to say, I don't know if everybody has, and it's been a while since I have, But I don't know if everyone has actually read all of the guidelines for the programs, because there are guidelines that would prevent, some obviously insulting or harmful things from ever being painted on our streets.
Yeah.
So it might be worth redistributing all of that, so that we can all sort of refresh our memories. There might be other ideas that pop out.
Didn't we have that in the packet, the council packet? I thought I read it. I just read it, so I thought it was council packet. I read it.
Maybe Kathy's thing that she said.
So I was actually not going to talk about this tonight, but I will talk about this tonight for a few minutes. So the program as we have it drafted right now actually may or may not meet the requirements for freedom of speech. And we've done some additional research on that. So one of the concerns that I've expressed historically is just making sure that that as a city, we can't regulate content, and we have to be really careful about what that looks like. So I am happy to sit down with Art Mob and talk to them about what those pieces are. I do know what you're referencing, Councillor Faulkner, so this is not something that you surprised me in what was written for the Art Mob team. But what is considered exclusionary would be something that would make me very cautious about how far we were able to go in whether or not something could or could not be painted. So
we don't have to have a big conversation about this, but this is public property, so it's not the same as free speech on privately owned property, but
it's actually public right-of-way, and the rights associated with the public to use the right-of-way changes it. So when we created the mural program, we very specifically, because we were giving money to the program, we were able to have specific rights that we were able to contain the art to an extent. But at least from programming or research that was done in 2013 at the start of the mural program, that simply, there's just some unknowns about whether or not that actually applies on our right-of-way. So we can have more of this discussion. This is definitely not my field of expertise, but I have had several conversations with staff about this. So I'm being a little bit
cautious. So you will get back to Art Mob with further developments on that after working with Justin.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, good job, team. Awesome.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, thanks, y'all. You're appreciated.
Okay. Next item, mental health discussion. This will be led by the city manager, Ann Ogre, and our police chief, Luke Straight.
Can we take a little break? I don't suspect this is going to be short. So could we take a 10-minute break?
Short.
Okay.
10 minutes. All right. 8:34.
Don't hang up, just mute and turn your video off.
You mean 8:34? That's an hour.
Sorry, 7:44. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
I added my one in the wrong line. There you go. 7:44. discussion will be led by Ann Ober and our police chief, Luke Straight.
That is actually not true. It's just, I know you read it and I wrote it wrong. It's actually Chief Luke Straight. So I'm going to just let him go.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Gamba, Council President Falconer, and members of council. Thanks for having us this evening. I'm mostly going to introduce a couple of our staff, Detective Catherine Meyer and Officer Mark Inman, who are going to kind of spend the next 30 to 45 minutes giving us a bit of a high-level overview on how we handle calls that involve mental health in policing. And they'll talk a little bit about external as well as briefly about internal mental health issues. What's important for us as we try to analyze how we do business and the type of service that we provide is that we strive to do that in a way that's professional, that demonstrates compassion, that prioritizes safety for everyone involved, and consistently attempt to de-escalate things, and then also to collaborate with service providers. We certainly realize we're rarely going to be an actual solution to a problem that involves mental health. We do want to be part of the solution, and then at least as importantly, if not more importantly, we want to make sure we're not part of the problem. Talking us through this tonight will be Detective Catherine Meyer and Officer Mark Inman. Officer Inman is assigned to detectives right now. He has also been selected as our next school resource officer. And I'm going to let them kind of introduce themselves and give a little bit more as far as who they are, and then take us through this.
Cool. Thank you. Who's Mark or Catherine? Who's starting?
I'll start. Hi. I'm Catherine Meyer, and I'm a detective with the Milwaukie Police Department. And I'll tell you a little bit about are you guys hearing that?
Catherine, can you get closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Are you guys hearing that feedback when I talk? No, okay. So I'm from the Milwaukie Police Department. I've been here about 6 years. I'll tell you a little bit. No?
We're getting some weird thing where your voice kind of starts getting garbly and quiet. It's weird.
Let me let Mark start, and we'll see if I can get myself some headphones that might help.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you allowing me to be a part of this. It's kind of an important topic, and I know we're both excited about it. I have worked for the city of Milwaukie for about 6 years. And before that, I worked for Multnomah County Sheriff's Office as a civil deputy, where I assisted in transporting folks that were allegedly mentally ill to commitment hearings. And I'm getting some sort of weird feedback as well. Are you getting that? No?
I'm getting a little bit of echo from you.
Both myself and Detective Meyer are in the same room, so I think we might, because I can hear her. I really apologize. We're rookies at this thing, so we're just sort of punting through it. So I appreciate
you just sound like Darth Vader. That's all. It's fine.
Well, that's exactly what I don't want to sound like.
I think it's gotten better since Catherine put her earphones in. That might help.
Yes. It did improve. Yeah.
Oh, outstanding. Okay. Are you able to turn that volume down?
Yeah.
The external volume? It's a really bad feedback over here. Oh, sounds like we got it. I apologize for that, you guys.
Okay.
It's just real quick, like education-wise, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and associate's degree from Portland Community College. I'm a member of the city's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice Committee, and a member of the city's community engagement team. And Detective Meyer, are you ready to rock?
So she can't She can't hear through her headphones. Detective Meyer, can you hear the meeting?
Can you guys hear me? Oh. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me know if it gets bad again. I'm kind of trying to get it to work. Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah, the headset seemed to be working well, yeah.
Okay, so I work for the Milwaukie Police Department. A little bit about my history and my background is I've been here for about 6 years. Prior to coming to Milwaukie, I worked in parole and probation in Multnomah County. And then prior to getting into law enforcement, I actually worked in both community mental health and corrections mental health and community corrections. As a mental health worker in the community, I work primarily with people experiencing severe and persistent mental illness and forensic populations, so people under the Psychiatric Security Review Board. I have a master's degree in criminal justice and forensics mental health and a bachelor's degree in sociology. I'm currently on our Clackamas County's crisis negotiation team, and I'm also a certified mental health first aid instructor. So that's just, and I like cats, so.
Cool. Sounds like we have the perfect people to help us through this.
Scott, do we have a PowerPoint that can be shared to the screen, just a visual aid?
Yep, hold on just a second. Sorry, bear with me.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
We're seeing the chief's screen. He's driving.
All right. Well, better him than me. Okay, so I appreciate you guys bearing with all of that there. Again, we're rookies and we'll do what we can here. Again, I just want to say I'm excited to be able to help present about this. This is a hugely important topic to us as a police department and a city and a community, really. Some of these definitions that you see on your screen are things that will look familiar to you from a previous presentation. So I'm not going to go over all of them, but I would like you to kind of note some of the newer pieces. We'll talk about the behavioral health unit that is Clackamas County provides. It says there's 3 full-time mental health clinicians there. They're actually down to 2 now. And they are able to respond during day shift hours and 24 hours on call. I'm going to skip down to CNT, which is the crisis negotiation team. That's also a long-standing Clackamas County Sheriff team, which is an interagency group of individuals who are specially trained. They typically work with the SWAT team, but they are also available to us on patrol. The nice thing about that is in addition to county deputies, there are also folks from the municipalities that, such as Milwaukie, has 2 assigned to it. They can also respond outside of SWAT team and assist patrol with mental health or things that require some sort of crisis negotiation or critical incident. Bouncing back up to the mobile crisis response team, this is something new. I think it's exciting, and I'm excited to hear more about it. Brian Dwiggins from Clackamas County is going to be here to talk a little bit about that and some other things. You may have heard of Cahoots out of Eugene. It's something similar to that, or the street response team that Portland's trying to put together. I think we all know that's where we want to go, is to have a resource like that available to us. And it's nice that Clackamas County is looking in that direction. The last 2 ORSs at the bottom, police officer hold and director's hold. We'll talk about those some. Those are both directions from the Oregon revised statutes, one allowing us as police officers to take an alleged mentally ill person that we determine into custody if they're a danger to themselves or others, and transport them for treatment or evaluation. and a director's hold, which is the same type of thing, but it's done by a medical professional or someone who's trained to do so. We can move on to the next one. So the question is, what kind of training do we have as police officers? Well, for 10 years now, everybody on this police department has been going through a 40-hour crisis intervention training. Some of the things included in there are identifying behaviors of mentally ill people, types of treatment that are available, and then just talking to mentally ill people and scenarios surrounded on what that involves and what types of things we should and shouldn't say, and just working through the nature of the call to solve it so it's safe for everybody. In addition to that, we just brought on a Moyer Consulting de-escalation training, which is an online training, mostly because of the COVID situation. We're doing it that way, but that's been really great. We did a little beta testing of that, and all the officers really liked it. It keeps some of the current relevant issues with mental health in front of you. They go through some current types of scenarios, and just gives us something to talk about and interact with each other about what we might do and what we could do better. In addition to that, we've always done roll call training on critical incidents that we debrief. We'll do that for our incidences no matter what, but it's helpful that officers will bring critical incidences from around the country. We'll sit down and roundtable about them before we start our shift and discuss, not to Monday morning quarterback, but mostly to look at what might be done better, how we might communicate better, and just resolve things better. And then last but not least, something that's we're doing more often, and we've had great feedback from the officers, roll call training provided by third-party partners. So that's going to be your Project Hope, Clackamas County Lead, which is law enforcement assisted diversion, the DA, Central City Concern, Cascadia, and others. They can come in, we can kind of get that one-on-one interaction, meet the people behind the scenes, and start developing those relationships so that we can make those phone calls when we need to do that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about officer response to mental health calls. Incidentally, I really enjoyed listening to the student from Milwaukie High, and I just love hearing young people that have a passion for some of these things, like she mentioned, suicide prevention. I mean, that's not a big thing that kids think about in school that's important. And for someone with her influence to say something like that, that was really cool. So looking at this slide, I want to read this first piece because I think it says best what we're going to talk about. So police calls for service which have a nexus to mental health needs can come in the form of a wide variety of call types or police contacts. These can include, but are not limited to, and then we list off some of the calls that come in that can either come in as a mental health call, or we learn when we arrive that's what we have. Welfare checks, suicide threats, suspicious person calls, and I'm going to provide some testimony and example and police reports later that are going to kind of talk, show you that that's really what these things can develop into. Trespass and unwanted calls are really common with the houseless population, and they are disproportionately affected by mental health, even in our areas. So we tend to see that or have an idea that may be a component when we're headed to those calls. Disturbance calls of all kinds, and then domestic violence calls, which we know can have all sorts of results. At the bottom there, it's talking about calls referred to us by the crisis line or medical professionals. So welfare checks, suicide threats, those things can come in from the crisis line when they already know that there's a safety issue and it's something that police should be responding to first. And then if need be, we'll just refer them right back or get, BHU out there or someone once we realize that the scene is safe and it's okay for them to come in and do what they do best. Okay, so now we've kind of moved down through what kind of calls we're responding to. I think it's important to point out the delicate balance that police officers have between public order and civil rights, and that's where we respond to all different kinds of calls. When people pick up the phone, we're going to do something about it. So typically people think of the police and the criminal side of what we do, and some of those things might be trespassing, disorderly conduct, menacing, harassment. Those are like high frequency calls that we'll go to. And we know when we're responding to those, we're going to start a criminal investigation until it's not a criminal investigation. So it's very easy for us to start responding to that call and kind of have a mindset of how we're going to work through that. Non-criminal in nature, those are always up in the air. We're going to take a lot more care with those because we don't know what we're getting into. Those might be the kinds of calls that turned into mental health, where we need to be considering other resources or other things that are going to make that safer for us and for that person. Welfare checks, disturbances. I like adding in there like an out of control juvenile, a domestic, or a stranger in the area. And some of the calls that I'm going to talk about here in a little bit are going to outline just how those things change and evolve as we're responding to them. Unwanted is in there as well. Now that's an interesting balance because we have a lot of houseless people in the area, and they're needing. Sometimes they just want to get warm, or they have different reasons that they're hanging out, and they might be causing a problem for the business. So we're doing our best to balance their needs with the business's needs and really the needs of the community. Lastly on there is suicide threat. It's non-criminal, right? But it's very serious, and it's something that we take very serious, and we'll usually do a lot of research on the front end before we walk into those. At the bottom there, we talk about, like I said before, it's not always an accurate account of what's really happening. So we're going to do a lot of different things before we go to a call. Sometimes we'll research our database to see if we've been to that address, or if there's other things going on in the area that other officers have communicated with each other about, really to make the best decision possible. And Detective Meyer and I were talking about it earlier. Sometimes we'll talk with a sergeant, and we just won't go somewhere if there's not enough information to prove the need for us to go. I probably should have an example of that, so you don't think we're not going to everything, but we do make those decisions collectively. Detective Meyer is going to go over some slides with you now.
Just to kind of piggyback off what Officer Inman just said, I think a good example of that would be like the stranger in the area. Sometimes we get calls about that, or just somebody that seems like they might need help or something. We get a lot of calls to that effect, and many times we might know the person that the call is referencing. Maybe we saw them earlier in the day. Maybe we know who they are because they spend time in the area or they're houseless in the area. Oftentimes when I was on patrol, I would check in on somebody when I drove by and saw them, and, how are you doing today? That kind of thing. And so there was no real need for us to go because, we would know this is this person that we know isn't causing any harm or doing anything illegal. And this is sort of their baseline, how they are. So that being said, looking at criminal versus non-criminal police calls, sort of categorized it in 3 different categories. So when it's solely criminal, how do police respond? When it's just a criminal call, we investigate it. We decide if there's probable cause, which exists. And once we see if there's probable cause, let's say it does exist, we have some different decisions that we can make depending on multiple different variables. We can either arrest that person and take them to jail, or we can also not arrest, we can cite and release, or we can submit charges to the district attorney's office for them to review and make a further decision on. So there's different ways we can handle that, and we handle it differently, sort of based off discretion and what's evolving in the call. There is calls which are solely mental health calls. So those calls that might be like a welfare check or something like that, that we get called to, and there's no crime. There's no crime being committed at all. But somebody wanted the person checked on. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's the crisis line. Maybe it's a complete stranger, but what we're going to do there is, we start deciding appropriate resources. We may request assistance from the behavioral health unit with Clackamas County. We may request on-duty crisis negotiation team members to help, depending on the situation, if it warrants it. We may just decide, look into resources and decide to refer to resources, or depending on the issue, we may end up just walking away if the person doesn't want our help and they're not doing anything wrong. There is also the option of a police officer hold. So we'll talk about that in a little bit, but basically if the situation would warrant placing a hold on the person if they're danger to themselves or others. And then there is the possibility that the call is both. Maybe there's a crime being committed, and maybe there's mental illness involved in some aspect of the crime. The person who's committing the crime may be committing the crime because of their mental illness. We talked about some of the criminal activity that we see that are typically associated with that, like disorderly conduct. That's going to be somebody walking in the middle of the street, maybe not really mentally with it, that kind of thing. And so we have to respond to those calls, and then we have to decide the best course of action. And typically that's when we really rely on our training in de-escalation and trying to come to a peaceful resolution, what's going to work best for that community member, and keep everybody safe, not necessarily just try to get them out of the way. We're trying to figure out what's going to work best. If we can help them, what can we do? What are the resources? What things do we have available to us? Sometimes it's contacting a family member that we know. Sometimes it's just sitting down and talking to them. Sometimes it's calling BHU for help. And sometimes it ends up having to be an arrest. Sometimes it's a POH. But we kind of start with the de-escalation, and we start with the resolution and the problem solving, and we go from there. So other obstacles that might exist in getting people the help that they need. So we're talking about a POH. So in order for an officer to place a hold on somebody, they have to be able to articulate that the person is in actual danger to themselves or others, not just that they could be in the future because they're acting in a way that might result in danger to themselves, but what they're doing right now at this moment is a danger to themselves or others. I know this can sometimes be frustrating to people, family members who know that this person needs help, but these are the restrictions that we have, and they have to be a danger to themselves or others. And that's a similar standard for a director's hold, which crisis counselors and mental health counselors can place on people. So there's that obstacle. So the POH is only good for this certain thing, and many crisis situations don't necessarily meet this standard. Many calls don't necessarily meet this standard. So when we're faced with that, we have to look into other resources and assistance, and that's when our partners in mental health become really important too. And then, of course, there's, a person's willingness, their insight, their willingness to even talk to us. Sometimes they don't want to be bothered. Sometimes they will talk to us, but they don't, we're, as a police department, we're very good at talking to people, and, our stats will show that the most calls we go on with related to mental health, we usually resolve it with no arrest or anything like that, because a lot of times we're good at talking to people and getting them to say, okay, I'll go to the hospital, or getting them to follow up on a resource or talk to somebody. And so, we can do that. They may not have insight into what's going on with them. They may not be willing to accept help. And sometimes we do have to walk away. We can always refer to county mental health. We can write reports and send it to them. And we can always refer to other resources and talk to BHU and assess the situation for what other things can be done. And sometimes it's completely solely based on an individual's want to accept any kind of form of help. So it's, it comes down to their choice sometimes. What does it look like to be in a crisis or be experiencing mental health symptoms but not meet a police officer hold or a director hold requirements? This could be a lot of different things. It could mean that somebody's depressed and they're sad, and they might be talking about suicidal ideations, things like that, of that nature, but they said, but I'm not going to kill myself tonight, and they're not doing anything. But I don't know when. I just think about dying a lot. Those kinds of things. Those are the kinds of things that are said to us, and that's when our verbal skills come into play, and our training comes into play to talk to people and try to figure out the best way we can get their needs met. Police versus mental health crisis response, or mental health worker and crisis response workers. So I just kind of want to point out, for police, our primary objective, just by nature, is we address criminal activity, we address violence and emergencies, and risk of life or serious injury. That's going to be our primary thing always. And our goals are going to focus on, we respond to calls, and even when it's not criminal in nature or necessarily what you would consider a life or death emergency, we have this goal of an immediate need. Do they need food? Is this person walking around in, winter with no shoes on? Do we need to get them shoes? Those kinds of things. And we do provide those things, and different officers, and we'll talk about later examples of officers at this police department that have went way above and beyond, just this addressing criminal stuff. And we focus on de-escalating situations and conflict resolution, trying to, if it's a disturbance, separate parties, talk to people. Sometimes people just need to be heard and they feel better. Sometimes that's what it all accounts to. Excuse me. We also have other typical additional responses, like, finding other additional resources. It might not be an emergency, but we oftentimes will look into other resources, what we have, refer people to different programming. We provide transportation. What do you need? You just need a car ride to wherever. Well, we can do that many times. And then we consult with BHU often, or other crisis counselors, mental health workers, what kind of, outreach that we can provide this person. And yes, we do often do follow-up assistance, even after we're done talking to a person and the call is over. I think it's just sort of almost a standard expectation that, like, if we get a call involving that person again, or if we know about something that person's going to need down the road, that we respond to that and actually do follow up with those people. And we'll give examples of that too in a little bit. Crisis counselors, obviously, they can do a lot in regard to crisis counseling and assessment for immediate needs. They can respond to crisis situations that are not, inherently going to be dangerous or violent, just people in crisis that need help, somebody to talk to. Suicide prevention and assessment, all of those things. And then they have this other big piece of it that includes all of that follow-up and all of that services to assist this person ongoing. I think working collaboratively between, we may get the call and we work with mental health workers and crisis counselors and different programs. Having that collaborative makes it kind of go full circle. That's just sort of part of how we work together. We have a lot of the same goals as far as de-escalating and, providing fair and equitable treatment to all our community members. And I think the police department and mental health sort of work side by side to sort of provide that full picture for people. So just for info, the next slides, we're going to talk about some actual cases and examples that might have some trauma-related information that could be triggering for some people. So just keep that in mind. So as a police officer and also somebody who worked in community mental health, I feel like I have a good perspective as far as what it's like to be on both sides and the ability to what each side can do, what each group can do. So I just wanted to share a couple examples. When I worked in, and just the names have been changed for privacy, but when I worked in community mental health, I worked at as a case manager for several different group homes. And one of the group homes I worked at, there was a young lady who struggled with borderline personality disorder and also bipolar disorder. She often did self-harming type behaviors, but there was one day where she was upset about something, and she took a chair out to the tree in the yard of the group home and she hung herself. She survived. And the reason why she survived, staff immediately, another client that lived at the home came and told staff, and staff immediately, attempted to try to hold her up. But of course we called 911 and the police came. So it's just an example of a time in which, this is somebody that I worked with all the time. She was a client on my caseload. I spent hours talking to her and working on, plans with her and crisis counseling with her. But that didn't make a difference. That day she chose that behavior, and it was really a police response that was necessary no matter how much talking I did to her. So that's just an example of a time where, as a community mental health worker, I called on police, and I have I can think of lots of examples. I called police all the time for things like that, things that my job was done at that point, and I needed somebody to physically help me get her to be safe or get that person to stay safe in order to, keep them safe. I'm only going to go over one of those just for time. And I will add that not all my experience with police as a mental health worker were positive or helpful. I did have poor experiences. So I think that for me, working here in the Milwaukie Police Department, I've noticed that there really seems to be a trend of expectation that we go first to these de-escalation strategies and not meet people where they're at, not make the situation worse. And that's one thing that I've always been thankful working for this police department, because I certainly have seen how it could go bad. So as another example, just kind of piggybacking off of that, as a police officer, while on patrol, I've also responded to calls where you would think, okay, this isn't a police call. Why are we going to these calls? And in fact, that's the exact thought I had in my head when I got dispatched to a call about Nancy, again, not her real name. When I got dispatched to that call from her roommate, who told me that, or who told dispatch rather, that she was upset because she quit smoking and she was agitated and having a hard time So in my head, I'm thinking, why am I even going to this call? So I went alone and I showed up at the call and I knocked on the door and the roommate let me in and he said, oh, she's in the bathroom. So I go knock on the bathroom door and I could hear screaming in there. And I opened the bathroom door and Nancy was sitting in a pool of her own blood, trying to bludgeon herself to death. I did try my very best to talk to Nancy and get her to stop. I obviously called for other officers to assist me. And I will tell you, while I was waiting, I did pretty much every trick that I had up my sleeve to try to get her to stop. I don't like blood and I don't like fighting, so I definitely didn't want to have that situation. But unfortunately, where it was that in order for us to get Nancy to stop hurting herself, we had to physically make her stop hurting herself so she could get the help she needed at the hospital. So I think these are just examples of how we can sometimes get involved in things that seem minuscule that turn into something else, and also how we can work together with our mental health partners to try to do the best that we can for the people that we serve in this community. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mark.
All right. Thank you, Detective Meyer. Appreciated you going over that stuff. And then your personal testimony. That's one great thing about working around some professionals like this at this police department is just hearing some of their personal victories, things like those where there was some success that came out of it. And so I just want to throw a few of those up there before we go over some actual calls for service of some officers that were able to come in contact with some people struggling with mental health, and we had some wins out of it and some wins that are sustaining right now. The first one, Officer Brad Walther, our public information officer, he made a relationship with a struggling veteran. He's also a Marine Corps veteran, and through that interaction, he realized there's a lot of struggling veterans, and he took that passion and actually built a program for veterans that we sponsor at the police department through the American Legion. And it's really cool to have that ability to serve that community. A lot of those folks are suffering with mental illness and they're struggling with services, and having those funds available to meet them where they're at has been really cool. Detective Heisel, who's on FMLA right now with her little baby girl, she was noticed that we had a contracted employee here at the police department who was struggling with some mental illness and just didn't really know how to navigate the social system. And she rounded up some other officers and kind of brought awareness to it. And they came together, helped her obtain housing, grabbed some donations for her. I know some of the officers helped her move some stuff. It was just really cool to see them take that on when there's really no reason to do that other than just the compassion that they had. Another group of officers was assisting a houseless person with heroin addiction. One of the officers had recently heard of Project Hope, which is one of our partners. Project Hope, I'll just read what it says. There's a program which collaborates efforts from community paramedics, both AMR fire, along with a peer recovery mentor. So that's somebody that actually goes out and contacts that person where they're at. And they're typically people that have been where that person is at. We met a few of these people, and they're very genuine folks that were struggling and just had the opportunity to give back. So they actually have some root in it and a reason to go back and do it. So it's really easy to talk them up. We can't, of course, make people do it, but we did have one instance that created a really cool story. And then the last young man at the bottom, he's a local resident or was a local resident, which graduated from Milwaukie High School. And literally every officer here was familiar with him. He slowly started to experience mental health symptoms, got into some substance abuse. We were just contacting him every day, and he would just go through every kind of struggle you could ever think of, and we all knew him by name. And he would have his moments of being aggressive, and it was always, you never approached him really knowing what was going to happen, but for the most part he was always really accepting of our assistance. Eventually we were able to get him a referral to one of our third-party partners, Cascadia. Some officers were actually giving him rides to it, and I just think it could have gone way worse many times with him, uses of force or just focusing on the criminal aspect. It was nice to see everyone trying to make a partnership and just help this young man meet him where he was at and give him a fighting chance. Go on to the next slide. Okay, so I'm sorry if we're a little bit long in the tooth here. As Detective Meyer mentioned, we're cops and we can talk. So these are some actual calls, and it's really hard for me to not just read the calls. I was doing it, and Detective Meyer's like, "Oh, you're killing me. You're going to have to paraphrase those." So I did that. I just don't want to miss anything because I had the amazing experience of actually going through some of my colleagues' calls and realizing, man, these guys and gals are really good at what they do. They're writing down a lot of components to these calls that's important. When their calls are referred to mental health, it seems like everything's there. When I spoke with the mental health supervisor, he said, really what I could get from you guys is just the best contact information for the people. He didn't even mention like, hey, your reports are needing some help. So I know a lot of times in these things, you know, there's laws, processes, policies, things that we have to consider when we're you know, working through issues with people. But there's so many human factors involved with it. So many little pieces, as Detective Meyer was going over. They're people, and we're responding possibly at their lowest point. And that could be not just for them, but surrounding family members. So I always enjoy officer testimony. I like reading what they have to say, what's important to them, and you can always kind of gather what things they cue in on and how they try to resolve it. So the first one's a suspicious person call where officers were called to a confusing scene. And I'm sorry, I am reading this from a piece of paper. I didn't want to miss anything. A female called police due to a male looking into her apartment window. The female also reported another female with a male and provided a description. Officers did an area check and located a witness near Water Tower Park who stated a female matching the description appeared agitated and told her, "I'm going to jump off a cliff." Sergeant Hill contacted the female who was visibly agitated and yelling about her boyfriend breaking up with her. She said, "I'm going to blow my head off with a gun and I'm going to light myself on fire." Sergeant Hill spoke with the female and said it was apparent she suffered from some kind of mental disability. She said she was a resident in an adult foster care facility and was supposed to be home to take her medications. Sergeant Hill reported she had some blood on her, which she could not explain. Officers made the decision to detain the female on a POH, and she was transported via ambulance to the hospital. Officers went back to the original location and were able to contact residents at an apartment number provided by the female. Officers learned through witnesses the female had stabbed her boyfriend at the location with a spoon and broke numerous items not belonging to her. Officers spoke with the victim of the broken items and documented the damage. This report was referred to the Clackamas County Mental Health Department. I wanted to include that one because while we have this sort of horrific scene with a female who's sort of getting physical with other people, she still did break some items and caused another victim, which was someone that of the criminal mischief. So not only do we have to take the consideration of the safety and the rights of the person who's mentally ill, but we also have to consider the the criminal activity that may have occurred with that. Another suspicious circumstance, officers checked the subject's reported history on this call and learned she was POH previously, and there was a use of force report generated on that previous call. Officer Sanchez called the reporting party, who was the brother of that female subject. The brother said his sister escaped from the hospital, his words. The officers arrived and spoke with the brother. He said the female was in the backyard praying to something. Officers called the social worker at the hospital, who the female was working with, who said she was not on hold, but should be encouraged to come back to the hospital. Officer Sanchez used family on scene to safely get the female to come speak with him. She made no strange statements to Officer Sanchez and added she did not want to hurt herself or anyone else. After a brief conversation, the female stated she would like to go back to the hospital. Officers learned she had not been using any drugs except alcohol and marijuana. That report was forwarded to Clackamas County Mental Health for follow-up. The next one, threats with a weapon at 4:30 a.m. came in. Officers were dispatched to 7-Eleven on report of a male making threats with a gun. Officers arrived and parked a block away, one with a less lethal beanbag shotgun. Typically on a weapons call like that, the officers will do sort of a tactical parking job and try to observe if it's not a super active scene, which is what happened in this situation. Upon approach and observation, one of the officers recognized the male as having been dropped off earlier in the shift. Within a few moments, it was apparent there was no active threat. Officers approached and the male was compliant and allowed them to check him for a gun, which he did not have. After a brief conversation, the officer learned the male suffered from a mental health condition which required medication, and the male divulged he had not been taking it, but he would not say for how long or what the medication was. After speaking with witnesses, the male had only spoke about a gun but did not show one. The business owner asked the male to leave the premises, and he was provided a ride to the town center per his request. That report was referred to Clackamas County Mental Health for follow-up. Next one is a suicidal threat resulting in a POH, which we've talked about. Officers were dispatched to a suicide threat called in by the boyfriend of a female subject. Officer Duke called the boyfriend on the telephone, who told him his girlfriend was threatening to kill herself. He said she had just had a baby and was going off the end. Officers arrived and contacted the female, who was in a manic state in the driveway. Officer Davis used verbal commands to alert the female, who was throwing eggs and food condiments at a vehicle parked in the driveway. This was at 10:30 p.m. and the female was wearing panties and a tank top. Officers used time and verbal commands to place the female in a position to detain her in handcuffs while they investigated the scene. Officers said the female would go from screaming as though she didn't know who the police were to carrying on about unrelated topics to the questions. Eventually, Officer Glenn and Duke were able to calm the female down, and she admitted to having postpartum depression, taking Zoloft for treatment. The male said he was prompted to call the police through her behavior and statements. 9 out of 10 people in my family have killed myself, so I'll be dead by morning. I'm going to cut my wrists. He said she then barricaded herself in the bedroom with the infant. Officers placed her on a POH and she was transported to the hospital. It was learned an autistic man lived at the address, and officers documented it may not be the best environment for a person with those disabilities. This report was completed and forwarded to the Clackamas County Mental Health Department, Clackamas County Aging and Disability Department, and Clackamas County Child Protective Services for follow-up. So, a non-dispatched call. Officer McVeigh was on routine patrol and observed a male covered on the sidewalk in downtown, mumbling. The subject told him he was ran out of Portland by protesters and had had no home. Officer McVeigh offered the male food from his trunk and offered him contact information for housing resources, which the male declined. This was forwarded to Clackamas County Mental Health for information. Another self-initiated. Officer Winholtz was en route to an unrelated call and observed a female on the side of Lake Road crying. After handling his call, he returned to where the female was, who now was being assisted by a passerby. He was unable to learn anything at first as she was so distraught. After some time, she told him she wanted to go to the hospital. She eventually told Officer Winholtz her name and reported it was evident he reported it was evident she was suffering from some sort of mental illness based on her conversational patterns. He learned she was bipolar, and she knew she should be taking medications, but did not know what they were. Officer Winholtz contacted Clackamas County Mental Health, and through the process of elimination, they learned she was from Multnomah County and had contacts in their mental health department. Multnomah County arranged for a transport for her to a clinic, which could see her that day and was close to her home. A cab was contacted and the female left for the clinic. This report was forwarded to Clackamas County Mental Health for follow-up. Looks like the last one. Thanks for bearing with me. You guys are champs. An officer was dispatched to a suspicious person call who had knocked on the door of a residence at 1 a.m. The officer arrived and found the female had been led inside the home of the reporting party and was seated on the floor of the home along with her dog, which was running around the living area. The female appeared to be in manic distress and was shouting she was having a cardiac arrest. The officer immediately called for medical, spoke with the female to learn more information. As the officer spoke with the female, she calmed down and began to breathe normally. The female even began to speak of a male who was chasing her with a gun and it about gave her cardiac arrest. After speaking with her further, the officer learned the ambulance was some distance away and offered to give the female a ride to the hospital, which she quickly agreed to. While en route, the officer learned from police databases the female had a history of mental health contacts. She was transported and checked into the Milwaukie Providence Hospital. This report was forwarded to the Clackamas County Mental Health Department. The following day, we received this email from the citizen who called in that last incident, and you may have heard this before, but I'm going to go ahead and quick read it for you. To whom it may concern, I am a resident of Milwaukie. We had a person pounding on our front door, screaming at the top of their lungs for help, waking us out of a full sleep. I ran down the stairs to assess the situation and found a woman on our front porch continuing to pound on our front door, screaming for help, to call the police that she was being chased by someone with a gun and she was going into cardiac arrest. As a civilian with no training in high-intensity scenarios like this, as you might imagine, it was a very discomforting and unusual situation to be in. With reservation, I let the woman into our home, fully believing that we were getting her out of harm's way. She unequivocally believed she was in danger. We called 911 soon thereafter, and an officer arrived at her home to help. The officer couldn't have done a better job with diffusing the situation. He was very professional and treated the woman with respect, asking her questions in a calm manner that quickly allowed her to know she was safe. My wife and I are so pleased with the way things were handled. My wife is pregnant and I have a 3-year-old child, so you as might imagine, I was concerned for their health and safety, not only because I was convinced there was someone chasing after this woman with a gun, but also due to COVID and having a stranger in our home. The woman was hysterical and in a high state of stress, likely going through a mental health crisis, and within a matter of maybe 2 minutes, the officer had her breathing normally, talking, and out of our home. It was absolutely amazed at the situation of such high stress. The officer came in calmly, treated us all with respect, and in short order had everyone's stress levels way down. I've always believed that our police force do not get enough thanks for what they do to keep our neighborhoods safe, and this experience has solidified that for me. Thank you, Milwaukie P, and thank you to the officer for being there in a situation we were not equipped to handle nor wanted to. Thanks. Grateful resident of Milwaukie. Where I was. So I appreciate you bearing with me through those. Again, I personally had a good time just seeing how well our officers document things and the seriousness in which they take this topic. I think the next slide that we have is some services that we have access to, and I was hoping our guest Brian would maybe talk through a few of those things.
Yeah, I'm Brian Dwiggins. I'm one of the crisis mental health program supervisors at Clackamas County. Yeah, so I mean, I think I echo kind of what Mark was saying about Milwaukee Police and how they really do a great job with the mental health population. And, you know, at Clackamas County, we've had partnerships with law enforcement for at least 25 years, going back to the 90s, but starting out on the correction side, the parole and probation at the residential center and there on McBride and at the jail. And over the last, I would say 10 years or so, we've sort of also included the patrol side, at least at Clackamas County Sheriff's initially. And that was this program called the Behavioral Health Unit. Behavioral Health Unit started in 2010, and it was a partnership with Clackamas County Sheriff's Office where we have clinicians who are embedded at the Sheriff's Department. They don't ride along with officers. They have their own vehicle, but they respond to 911 calls. I supervised that program from 2014 to 2019. And during that time, we expanded it from 1 clinician and 2 clinicians up to as many as 5 clinicians, and also expanded it to include response to municipal police departments like Milwaukee, and not just Clackamas County Sheriff. And we were talking a little bit earlier, I think somebody mentioned our mobile crisis program that we're going to be rolling out. One of the things that's happened over the past 10 years or so is that the state of Oregon has really emphasized the ability to respond 24/7 in person, face-to-face for mental health crises. And we've always sort of, at Clackamas County, we've had it on paper, the ability to do that. But starting in 2015, they started really emphasizing that and putting together like measures and standards for us. And so we've realized that, you know, we do a good job with our crisis line. BHU is fantastic, but we didn't really have a lot of ability to send people out unless it was initiated by law enforcement, really, through 911. So what we've started to do is we've expanded, we've sort of reduced our BHU team back down to just 2, and some of those positions are being converted to the mobile crisis team, which will have 4 positions. There will be clinicians who are sent out, you know, that you can contact them through the Clackamas County Crisis and Support Line. They're available for law enforcement. They're available for, you know, concerned family members to call, and they'll be able to go out there on call. So we'll actually have 6 clinicians working 7 days a week, available on even on Sundays where we're a little bit thin right now. We'll have that ability to do that while still having the BHU. The other big resource that we have is our urgent mental walk-in center over by the Ross Center on 82nd Avenue. And that's where my office is. I back up supervising that team in the crisis line. And we're really wanting to encourage people to be aware of that and to have to send folks there if they can. And so that's, you know, like I've said, we've had a great partnership with law enforcement. We're figuring out new ways of doing things. And the hope is that if we're able to safely send clinicians out from a crisis line call before it needs to become a 911 call, then there won't be a law enforcement call to service to begin with. They'll be able to resolve that and find the person resources. If it does, if law enforcement does need to be there, we can still utilize them, and we can still be there to assist them when they need it. But that's kind of the way that the state is wanting community mental health programs to move in that direction. And as the community mental health program for Clackamas County, we're sort of tasked with doing that. So that's where this new program comes in.
Awesome.
I want to thank Brian sincerely for taking some time out of his Tuesday evening to come out and talk about this. We reached out and connected with him recently, and he agreed to be a part of this conversation to kind of speak specifically to the county services, and then also the evolution of those as we work together, both as a city and work with our partners to see how we best meet these needs and continue to evolve.
Yeah, I think it's important in partnership for us.
Awesome. Thank you again, Brian. I echo that as well. And again, I apologize if we're a little long in the tooth. This is so central to what we're doing right now that we could just talk and talk and talk about it. So I'm going to go over some different stats that we have right here about this CAHOOTS program. I'm sure if you haven't heard about it, it's real similar to what Brian's talking about that we're trying to do with the mobile crisis response team here in Clackamas County. This is a long-standing, I think, 30-year program that they have in Eugene that assists the police department by taking those low-level calls. They're dispatched through the police department, and they basically send a mental health clinician and like a paramedic in a van, and they respond to those calls. Some stats there. I like to throw out the size of Eugene as compared to where we are, because we're constantly being compared to some of these larger metropolitan areas. And I don't think I need to tell you that they experience some other problems that we have not yet had or may never have. And those are translated into some of the numbers that you'll see here. So CAHOOTS has taken 22,000 calls for service. They're calling the police 150 times. This is in 2018. That's going to be roughly 60 calls per day that CAHOOTS is taking, which, I mean, we're not even close to taking that many here in Milwaukee. Their total calls for service, 127,000. You can see some of the rest there. I broke out the 3,200 because trespassing and disorderly or disproportionately houseless type crimes. And as we talked about before, they tend to suffer from some of the effects of mental illness in that population. So then there's some other numbers that sort of support what I'm talking about there. You can see 5.7% of their contacts end in arrests, even with the 22,000 calls for service being taken away. Get the next slide there, Chief. So what are we doing up here in Milwaukee? And again, I'm not a statistician. I just, I tried to do the research and kind of compare the two and see, well, where are we at with this? And based on the resources that we currently have, you see our population there is roughly 22,000, and our calls for service 28,000, and that's dispatched or an officer stops and checks on someone or traffic stop or whatever it is. How many? 5,000 police reports, and then our arrests, which is dramatically lower because of the calls for service and the size of our city. But it's a lot lower number, as you can see, of our total contacts. Only 2.5% lead to an arrest. 54 documented uses of force. That's a really low number, 0.02% of all our contacts. So if you're looking at those numbers, we should be having 7 calls per day related to mental or behavioral health, and maybe in a crazy day we get there, but sometimes it's 0. So I think some of the stats point towards, based off what we've been talking about, that we're actually able to stay a little bit ahead of what we're receiving in mental health calls with the services that we have available. And especially if the county is putting some resources towards a mobile response team, that's going to even enhance our ability to handle the calls as they come in. What's our next slide here? And this is an old slide, actually. We showed this before, our Chief Straight did. Just some numbers that sort of point towards the mental health component in the calls. It's, again, we've kind of shown you it's very hard to characterize which ones of these calls will come out as specifically mental health, as we tend to triage and learn when we arrive, oh, this is a mental health call. These are ones that we could say, not unequivocally, but close to, this is a mental health call. So some stats there. We tend to get, we only had 39 people that we transported to the hospital and 2 to jail. It's a very low number over that 6-month period of our calls for service were specifically mental health. And I think if you were to look at the reports, they were well done, and most of them were forwarded to mental health for follow-up. So, hey, we made it. Thanks for hanging in there with us. So some things to think about looking forward. I feel like it is an expectation of this department and the administration and really my coworkers and colleagues that we're constantly looking at the next best thing. It's being pointed at us all the way around. We're not getting less mental health calls before we're getting a steady amount. So we need to look at how we're handling those and how we're training for the next season of it. So this roll call training, that's been it's very supported by our admin, and I find that we're doing it a lot more than maybe we have in the past, or we're spending a lot more time thinking through what we'll do. The collaboration and training with external partners. So that, again, the roll call training. With COVID, it's a little bit hard to bring people in to sort of talk us through their program and build those relationships, but we're still working on ways to figure out how to make that work, whether it just be internal communication and keeping it on the forefront of people's minds that these services are available. So the next one, increased training in the areas of equity, de-escalation, mental health. I mean, almost all of our trainings are centered around that now, and it's an expectation that people have. They know that that's where things are going, and they should be going. I don't think it's a huge leap for my colleagues. I feel like most people around here already have that mindset, but they're sometimes just need a little bit more awareness of things, and we're definitely getting that. And then continue to evaluate data. So, researching things we don't know about, trying to understand more about what a mobile crisis response team might be and how we can best use that to supplement the way we're responding to calls.
So I guess one of the things that I would like to reiterate is that we're in this together. And when I say we, I mean not only the police department and council, but obviously the community that we serve. We are here to serve the community, and constantly reevaluating how we're delivering those services is appropriate, and it's critical. We involve as many of the right people as we can get to the table for that conversation. And those include not only people like my boss and you folks, the council, and people like Brian Dwiggins. And I know we've reached out to a number of other service providers recently and during this process to kind of collaborate and talk through how we're providing those services and look for areas where we're either coming up short or missing something, missing an opportunity, or anyone that has a better idea or a better model that does actually apply to our community and the data that we see here. But we're in this together, and I appreciate, I know the council's time is valuable, and this took a decent chunk of it. But this is also part of our commitment, not only to council, but to the community, to be open and honest and transparent with regard to how we do business and what our services look like. And hopefully there is a legitimate educational component there, which leads us to the question of, is there something we're missing or a different direction that we should be exploring?
I have a question that doesn't directly speak to that. So I'm sorry to be the person to kick it off and immediately go off the rails here. But I was struck by thinking about those 771 calls. How many of those do you think, do you happen to know if were repeat offenders? Are 10% of those calls the same people? Or do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah.
Because I think that shapes how we look at the mental health issues that we're facing as a community.
I would be guessing, but I'd be comfortable guessing that maybe half of those could be repeat customers in a city this size. We do deal with, regardless of what kind of call classification it is, we do deal with a lot of the same people over and over. And that's a valid point of looking at, if we're dealing with the same problem over and over again, then we obviously haven't solved it. And that begs the question of how do we solve this problem? We recognize we're not solving these problems through arrest. There might be times when that could be the only solution for that problem in that moment. But we know that isn't a true solution to the problem. So we do look to collaboration with our partners like Bryan, Clackamas County, and other services that the state and county offer to offer true solutions for those. But I don't have specific, I can't give you great numbers on how many of those were repeat customers.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. Thanks.
I think one of the things, Councillor Heisey, that was impactful to me, so a couple of things. We've been talking about this for the last 6 months. I really appreciate that both Mark and Catherine have been at the table with us as we've been talking about equity, but also that they bring their whole selves to this job and their previous experiences to this job. And it means a lot to know that this is the team we have here. I say it because every once in a while I'll get a commendation. You know, one of our officers will write me about one of our other officers and talk about the cool thing that they did. And one of the things that came up about a month and a half ago was that we had somebody who was in mental health crisis. We picked them up, we took them to the hospital, they found their way out. We were with them again that afternoon. So there's 2 calls in a singular day where the individual is in crisis. The second time, we did a great job of getting them back to the hospital to get the care that they needed. But I think that your question is very valid and probably consistent that people in crisis are often in crisis again, especially if they're having problems getting medication or if there's drug abuse tied into their mental health issues. So we can look at that further, but I think it's a wise question. I just can't give you a wise answer quite yet on that front.
Yeah, that sort of got to one of my questions too a little bit. Well, I have a couple hopefully easier ones and then that one. Do you guys have any idea what Cahoots FTE is?
I don't off the top of my head. I don't know if either Bryan happens to. What their actual staffing would be, Bryan?
I am not sure. I think it's changed over the years. I know it's more than ours at the county. They have, their model is they pair like a social worker with a peer and like a EMT, and that's what their teams are. I don't know how many teams that they have at any given time or what their total FTE is, but that's what their model is. And we have used similar models like that, but not for like imminent emergency crisis calls that are dispatched by 911 like they are. Ours are for, Clackamas Fire or AMR identifies frequent utilizers of 911 or emergency rooms, and then they assign a team to that individual to go out and problem solve with them in the community. It's more of a follow-up program, but and we had one person assigned to that along with a couple of community paramedics. But it's a city-run program and it's 30-something years old. I don't know what their current FTE is.
Yeah, I just wondered, obviously the population difference between Milwaukie and Eugene is pretty massive, but the population difference between urban Clackamas County and Eugene is pretty darn similar. So I was just trying to get a sense of apples to apples.
Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead.
One of the things I just wanted to note is we originally calculated if we did a comparative model of our budgets, how much money was contributed by the city compared to what Eugene is currently contributing to the Cahoots program. Where we landed was the city of Milwaukie would be contributing about $200,000 towards this type of service. It doesn't get you to the number. I vaguely remember 9. But that's when we started writing up the program for the staff report at the end tonight. Is the call volume was also substantially larger in relation to that. It's not run by the city either. It's a nonprofit partnership. So they transfer the money, which means that they also receive grant funds and other funding into their programming that's not all just city funds. And some of those funds are not available to cities. So all things, it's a really cool model. I actually really enjoyed doing some research on it. And if council would like to learn more about it, we can add stuff to the next staff report just to provide you that content and background. I think where it became prohibitive for us when we were talking about this is just, you can't actually buy that much with $200,000. And our biggest concern was, how do you make sure that you can provide services when people need them? So what some of the cities in the surrounding areas, sorry, I'm jumping into a little additional research we did. So if this is repeat, I apologize. But the research we looked at is 2 of the cities are actually hiring direct mental health professionals into their departments. That would take up most of that money for us if we decided to go down that path. But they don't have the coverage when that person's out of town, and they don't have the coverage at night, and they don't have the coverage when that person's not on their 40 hours of shift. And so one of the things we did is we reached out just to say, hey, y'all, is there a partnership opportunity? And the cities we spoke to just said, we don't know quite where we're going yet. And we're not comfortable doing that. On top of which, we then found out Brian has created this cool program and extended the service that we're looking at. So part of this is we don't have a ton of cash in Milwaukee. If the county, and I have long said that the counties provide mental health service, and if the counties can provide our mental health service, we want them to. They get matching grant funds from the federal government and from the state that we can't access right now. And now I'm just going on and on because I'm tired. So I'm going to stop talking, but those are some of the thought processes that also went into this discussion as we've talked about how we would provide a similar service.
And can I just add that I'm not actually the one creating this new program. It's Stacy England, who's the new BHU supervisor and is tasked with creating this. Who you guys, I mean, Chief Strait will be probably talking with her in the future. But as much as I'd love to take credit, it's
well, thank her for us, and also thank you for jumping in. We had started this conversation a couple months ago, and this was just, I think, coming to fruition, and it wasn't brought up. But it's great to know this is where you're going.
Yeah, and it'll be really, useful over the next year or so to see how this new team works and how it plugs in, and whether it has the effects we hope it will, and all those things. I mean, we clearly, I want to start out by saying we clearly do an extraordinary job for a relatively small police force. I've always said that about our cops, and this is just another example. It was really great to sit and listen. You didn't go on and on, Mark. It was really good. It was good to hear all those stories, but and we do really well. Obviously, system-wise, bigger picture system-wise, there's still holes, right? We have these repeat customers. We have folks that are suffering from mental health issues that are not getting the care they need long-term. So that's a piece that, we can't obviously provide as a city, but we can certainly advocate for at the state and federal levels for more funding, for more programs, and perhaps we, can be involved in helping kickstarting a concept of what that might look like. But that's kind of why I wanted to sort of get a sense of relative to what Cahoots has, where Clackamas has kind of landed and how close it was, just to get a sense of, when we start seeing change, are we maxing out what we could have? I think at some point I would love to be in a conversation with folks at the county about what they see as the need long-term, big picture, outside of what they have the assets for, what exactly we should be asking the state or the feds for. So that's what I had.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this program, and I hope it succeeds. And I love the Cahoots model too. We have one additional challenge in Clackamas, and that is geography, which is, I'm sure, substantial. Clackamas County may have the same population, but it does not have the same square mileage as Eugene. So just being able to serve rural areas and also be available to urban areas is I hope that it goes well. I'm sure that's a significant challenge for the program. And I'm really interested in ways that we could support the county, and I agree with the mayor's comments about really having a better understanding of what the need is would be helpful, because my impression is, we sort of work on different pieces of the mental health issues in our communities. And we might get to the point where we have enough people available to respond to service calls, but then where do we put people? Are there enough beds in Clackamas County? Are there enough, whatever that looks like for whatever the need is of the individual who's in crisis at the moment? What do we need there? So there are many moving parts, and it's frustrating because people are suffering, and I often feel powerless to do anything about that at the local level, So kudos to the officers who take personally the challenges and rise to opportunities to really help people in need.
Yeah, I love how much training you guys are working into everything else you're having to do. It's extraordinary. We owe you. Another group of heroes, right? The teachers that I was talking about earlier, you guys are certainly more heroes that our society doesn't really necessarily recognize all the time.
Can I follow up with a question? And I thought the presentation was great. It was very important to hear it all. So I really appreciate it. But following up on the comment that Councillor Heisey just made, one of the things I noticed as you were responding to calls is you never said there was a capacity issue with finding them service. The issue was always convincing them to go. Is that really true? Is there always a place to take someone?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question. That's something that Detective Meyer and I would say that we based our whole presentation around it. We're new to this whole Zoom thing and talking to you guys, but I tried to select calls that showed the robustness of the system. But yeah, that is not something I've ever experienced that we hit a wall. In the past, we've used Unity in Portland. There have been times when they're on divert and we can't use them, but there is always somewhere for people to go that are experiencing crisis at 3 a.m. We can get them into a hospital and get them somewhere. The thing I think for us as police officers and that we run into that it's frustrating that we don't have more power over is people making decisions for themselves. So we'll have those repeat customers and I guess part of the problem is they do need that help, but they won't take their medications, or they don't have anyone really looking after them to get them to do the things they need to do, or in some cases they just choose not to, and we're fine with that. We'll continue to respond to them and we'll just build a relationship with them. And in some instances, we can get them into third-party places just for sheer volume of running into them. So I have never experienced, another long-winded response. I've never experienced that I'm just like, I can't do anything with this person.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah.
Just to kind of piggyback on that, I think, yeah, typically there's, one of the biggest hurdles is how to address the situation and how to talk to that person and figuring out what their needs are and then how to get them those needs. And sometimes it is talking them into taking help. that being said, I would always personally advocate for more mental health resources. As far as like hospital beds go, no, we typically don't have a problem with that because it's not just Clackamas County. AMR, our emergency medical will take people anywhere in the whole metro area. So they find what hospital is open. And, Portland also has a hospital that's dedicated to just mental health. So that's typically not a problem, but I would say that the bigger issue is those follow-up long-term resources, is getting a hold of those and getting people into those are more of the bigger crisis in general, not the immediate care.
I mean, I would just add I also supervise our county's involuntary civil commitment investigator program. And it's, the frustration that we run into and what we hear from family members and what we hear from law enforcement is you can get somebody someplace, we can get them to Unity, we can get them to Milwaukie. What happens after that? A doctor can see them and they can say, oh, I'm fine. And then they don't put them on a hold, like a civil commitment hold. Or they do put them on a civil commitment hold and they can't find a bed in an appropriate psychiatric unit for them because those are all full, and they'll sit in the ED for hours and hours and sometimes days, which is not a treatment environment. And then the state hospital now has been closed off to civil commit clients for many months now because of COVID. So even if they do get onto a psychiatric unit, they're staying someplace like Unity or Providence, Portland, sometimes for weeks. Which is not ideal because those units aren't meant to be long-term. They're meant to be about a 3-week stay. So then we don't have anything else we can do with them, and then they're back out on the street. Sometimes it's the same day, sometimes it's a week later, sometimes it's 3 weeks later, and they still haven't got a plan, they haven't got a place to go, they haven't got treatment. And that's the frustrating thing that we're seeing. Sometimes it works, and certainly it's better than the situation they were in when they get picked up, but that's kind of, it's a big system issue, and we can't solve it us here. But
Yeah, well, and hopefully, we did have the Metro bond pass, and those wraparound services, I hope, will help with some of that, because that is really geared toward that more long-term thinking. But we're a couple of years out, so in the meantime, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, unless there's more, obviously this is going to be an ongoing conversation. Keep doing the amazing work you're all doing, and we will do everything in our power to advocate for more help.
Mayor, it
yes.
is 9:12. We have 2 large items tonight.
That's where I was trying to go.
We have about an hour on trees according to our agenda, and then we have another half an hour on Brett's presentation. We're all fading, so I wanted to have a discussion about whether or not what you want to do tonight. I don't like pushing staff off, especially since we now don't have a meeting till the 17th of November to push them to. If you want to keep going, I'm in. If you all are done, I'm in. Whatever you want.
I'm good for a while.
Wilda tried to excuse herself during the consent agenda tonight. I don't know if others caught that. So I guess I'm probably going to check in with her and make sure she's okay staying a little longer. I can't hear you, Wilda.
I'm fine. I wouldn't want to spend another 2 or 3 hours. I don't have that much energy, and I don't think any of us do. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think that after 4 hours of the rigorous material that we've covered this evening, our brains are getting pretty fried.
So I guess my ask to staff is just that we try and keep it short. I know that this is actually a follow-up to our last meeting. There were 3 items on the tree code where we're looking at something different. So I think we can probably get through that somewhat timely. Brett swears he can do his in 15 minutes.
So how
Alrighty.
how quickly, I just have a question.
And just as a reminder, per the municipal code at 10, council needs to vote to extend the meeting.
Right.
And Councilor Faulkner, your thing is up again. Thank you.
Sorry, I take it out of the way to get a drink of water and I forget. I just had a question about timing on tree. When we're scheduled for an hour, you know, Peter, I'm just, you know, how much time do we think we can actually, you know, condense that to?
Well, I guess it's really subject to any questions or comments that we have from council, but I think I can get through it relatively quickly.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's keep moving on. Thank you, police officers, one and all, and county, he's already gone. Okay. We'll see you soon. So next up is tree code discussion with Peter Passarelli is leading that off.
If we're going to be talking for 45 minutes to an hour, perhaps a 3-minute break.
Okay.
But truly 3 minutes, just 3.
Okay, I'm not even going to turn my thing on. I'm sitting right here staring. Go. I started the stopwatch. You have 3 minutes.
Scott, I do have a presentation, so if you can let me share that, if I can.
I made you a co-host. Did you email it to me, Peter?
I have not emailed it to you.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. I made you and Natalie co-hosts. You should be able to share.
Okay.
And email me your presentation, please.
Natalie, that is an awesome background.
Well, you know, I realized how blue I looked in the camera and I figured it's Halloween, find the spooky tree picture and just go with it, you know?
Oh, you got the light around your head. It's perfect. It's a very good
Right? I you know, got to thank the beautiful cast from this LED monitor right here.
It does look very intentional. So nice.
Right?
Right.
You should see me going through. I looked up spooky tree picture. And I was like, that's the one.
Cool. Angela, are you back? All righty. Peter.
Ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we're back.
Good evening, Mayor Gamba and Council. I'm Peter Passarelli, the Public Works Director, and I wanted to give you an update on tree code, where we were we last met, I think on August 11th, and talked about our tree code. You provided some feedback on that, and we wanted to address those comments. As you recall from August, I had mentioned that we had gone through a substantial rewrite of our tree code. We spent a lot of time as a tree board and staff and with Justin on rewriting the code and adding some significant pieces to that code, to include a programmatic permit to work with utilities and public agencies on, and defining roles and responsibilities for our urban forester and adjusting the permit process. Those are some of the big changes that we made, and added a low-income assistance piece to it as well. The picture there, that was this weekend. I was down in Humboldt State Park, down in California. Hopefully Milwaukie 2140, 2240. So a couple of things we were going to talk about tonight: birds and trees, fee structure, exemptions, and low-income assistance. Just wanted to wrap up some things from that last piece. I'm going to turn it over to Natalie briefly to talk about birds and tree care.
Hi, everyone. Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Rogers. I'm the Climate Action and Sustainability Coordinator from the city. Peter asked me to talk a little about birds because actually my background is mostly in actual wildlife and wildlife disease, but I did not really touch birds much. Birds are their own unique beast when it comes to zoology. But working with birds, I just wanted to cover that the existing protections around them, because they're actually in the realm of wildlife fairly well protected through regulation compared to other species. I primarily worked in small mammals where there's not a lot of protections. So overall, improper tree care, they can impact bird species. Birds are especially arboreal obligate species, so birds that nest in trees and thrive on trees and have habitat in tree canopy. There are existing regulatory protections for birds which penalize take or damage to birds. So take or damage means any sort of harm or negligence to birds, but it also can extend to nests and eggs, feathers, etc. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act, so this is, I think it was 1918, and it's a strict liability law. What that means is that even if it's an accidental take of a bird, or your actions impact a bird or their nest, it doesn't matter if it was an accident, you are liable. And I know that currently there was discussion over federal loosening of enforcement of the Migratory Bird Act, but that actually, last time I looked, was shot down in New York and Vermont, I believe. So the Migratory Bird Act still stands, and it covers a wide variety of species. Looking at Oregon Department of Transportation's kind of project manager education for birds, pretty much there's only 3 species of wild bird that are not covered under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act within Oregon. I was surprised to find out. There's also the Endangered Species Act. There's both federal as well as state and ESA, so that's threatened or listed birds that are endangered. Usually this extends to habitat, so we think of the spotted owl is a good example in our region of a listed bird. But there's also a variety of other species that are threatened that do have some level of protection. And then there's the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, which really only extends to a few species, but a lot of these are encompassed within the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in terms of protections. Peter, can you go to the next one? Perfect. So bird management and tree care. So it's important to consider birds when you're performing any work on a tree, to make sure that you're timing it so you don't impact the nests. But really the nesting season is from late winter to early summer. And that's when you really just need to avoid vegetation disturbance. So there's some dates on there for those times that birds may be occupying trees with active nests. But late summer to early winter, that's an ideal tree care window. August 1st to January 31st is kind of when you want to be timing your vegetation management, especially on a larger scale. And all of these are already encompassed within the ISA, so that's the International Society of Arborists, and the ANSI, the American National Standards Institute. The best management practices and the guides for arborists already pretty much tell you to avoid those primary nesting seasons to do work. And they also step you through how to check out trees to ensure that there are no active nests. There's also existing education and outreach, and that's an opportunity to create more education and outreach for arborists to protect the bird species occupying any sort of trees, to show folks how to time any tree care, but then also just make sure that there aren't any active birds within the trees. And then, considering management windows for trees, the tree is still coming down and getting work done. And so it's almost more important to focus on guides and practices to keep the habitat up rather than figure out when to take the tree down, right? So working for existing protections and preservation efforts for habitat rather than potentially stricter habitat removal practices. Overall, there are plenty of existing regulations for birds. I think a lot of states right now are looking to fill gaps within the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. There's a wide variety of species that are covered around active take and incidental take. And so I think, looking at tree code, it's best to direct arborists who are already ISA certified under the existing public tree code that we're trying to modify to essentially follow the best practices and the BMPs that already exist.
Thank you, Natalie. So really what we were looking to do with the code on this piece is the recommendation was not to codify when you can and can't cut down a tree, but focus on that public education and outreach and update perhaps some of our public works standards to encompass those best management practices as well. So the next piece I wanted to briefly talk about was the fee structure. During our last discussion, there was some comments related to the variance between the fees that we were recommending and the appraised value of a theoretical tree. That the variance, as you went across the spectrum of different tree sizes, weren't consistent. There was a wide range of what percent of that appraisal value that the fee would capture. So, we took a look at it again and reevaluated it, and to try to ensure that the fees adequately that the fees captured those costs and targeted trees that really required the most protection. And one of the things I found during some of our discussions and research was, really street trees, to increase canopy on street trees, the survival and the planting rates have to outweigh the losses from the tree death and removal, including both those old and young trees. There's no, really trees generally don't regrow and regenerate in the public right of way on their own. So it's through those collective efforts of planting and making sure that we're providing those protections to those trees. And also a lot of the literature suggests that there's a higher mortality among the smaller trees than the larger trees. So what we tried to do was increase the removal fees on the smaller trees, which stair-stepped and increased those other fees as well. And this is what that looked like. So in the middle, you see the original fee variance, where we were like between 46 to 71%. And we went back and adjusted those fees, provided some additional protection for the smaller trees. So the trees that are 8 inches and smaller in diameter had some additional protection. We're closer to capturing the cost of those trees. And then we're for the most part around that 70% range until you get into some of the larger trees, but the fees become pretty large at that point. So I can go back to the other slide to take a look at those fees again, if you can see those there.
So how do these stack up to other cities? I mean, I guess Portland and Lake Oswego are the ones I know of that have well, first off, you're proposing these fees for both street and public trees. I mean, and private?
No, this is just public. This is just
public. Okay.
On public right-of-way, street trees, and on public property.
Okay. Okay.
So, I mean, it's some of the fees are lower, and some are higher compared to Portland. I didn't specifically look at Lake Oswego, but I can certainly go back and provide that analysis in our next staff report to show you where that sort of fits in.
I mean, I guess I just, we, with utilities rates and SDCs and everything else, we look at, other cities. And so I guess I'd like to know sort of a few other cities and where we fall.
I can provide that information.
Great.
And sort of the fee these removal fees that we put together, ideally, we're not removing trees. So, the idea behind this was the healthy street tree shouldn't be removed unless it's an absolute necessity.
Right.
So,
right.
we did want to have a fee associated with it that made it a little bit more difficult to remove if it wasn't absolutely necessary for removal. And then I did not adjust any of the other fees. It's just those the removal fees.
And Peter, there's a community question in the chat function. If you don't mind pulling that up and answering that, thanks.
In the chat function.
Hi, Peter.
I'm happy to go for it.
Yeah. So, is the master fee a maximum fee? So, would a tree with a DBH or a diameter breast height of 42 inches cost $6,400, or would it be $8,400?
So it would be the diameter of the tree times $200. So it would be
the $8,400.
Yeah, for that size tree.
And then maybe can you clarify what the master fee schedule is, just in case people are.
Sure. So the master fee schedule is the document that the city adopts annually that shows the city's fee structures for all the different services that the city provides, from its planning services through its utility services, as well as engineering services and things like that. So,
thanks, Peter.
And then on the fees, we were looking at providing an exemption for fees for trees that were hazardous. So those are the trees that are dead and dying, diseased. we would not charge a fee, a permit fee, a removal fee for those. For minor maintenance on trees, minor pruning, that's similar to what we do now. So we weren't planning on charging fees for that. And then, as I suggested at our last council session, that we would exempt the removal fee on our public improvement projects, our city infrastructure projects. We did take a look at the Meek Street project and the fees associated with the structure that I put in place that we're recommending would have added about $43,000 in cost to that project, which was about almost 1.775% of the total project cost. Conversely, you could argue that the fees also provide an incentive to think outside the box on how to design infrastructure as well. So,
Peter, I was intrigued by that line in the. Originally, I was thinking, it's just funny money if we're moving, engineering is paying for road work and then it goes into the tree. It's just all money moving around inside the city coffers. But it did sort of strike me that I wonder if it would affect outcomes. If there was actually a financial cost, would more trees get saved? Would we put whatever different effort into having the sidewalk curve around the tree, or whatever? Have you had that conversation with the engineering department?
I've had some brief discussions with Steve and Kelly about that, and It's sort of really an unknown because we really haven't had the fee structure in place, so we don't know if the cost that fee is enough. Would that fee be enough to redesign to change the design of the project and save a specific tree? I think you can make the argument that it's a possibility that could happen, but I don't have any specific evidence that's the case.
Right, and when we have done projects, like the recently completed pedestrian bridge through Kronberg Park, that was already designed to avoid trees as much as possible. So I think it's also hard to discern because we already have a prioritization of tree mentality that I think we bring to a lot of our projects. But I guess one of the ways that I'm thinking about this is that it feels like a parallel to me of the 1% for the arts, which we paid on the library, and we have beautiful art to show for it. There's some similar investment in the common good that is represented by this fee and by the city paying it, I guess, in my mind.
There's a couple of things I wanted to add. First, there was a secondary question about whether or not the funds that would be collected from the CIP projects would go towards the trees. Yes, we actually started a tree fund. So what we're talking about is funds that would be collected into a pot for further plantings and maintenance and care of trees. There is no great answer on this. You could make a case both directions. Which is why I'm glad we're talking about it. So one thing to note is that right now, all of our projects are over budget that we're looking to put out to bid for safe projects, just because construction costs have gone up and the valuation and the bids that we're getting back are high right now. So it's one of those things. It's just it's another added cost. And there is a point where those projects don't get constructed too. I'm not saying this is the breaking point. I don't know if it would be or wouldn't be. It depends on the project.
The other part that would go into that calculation is, when we do a safe project, we plant street trees, right? Those are it's part of the project. And do the cost of those trees come out of the tree fund, or do the cost of those trees come out of the SAFE fund?
It comes out of the utility funds, so it's not out of a tree fund right now.
I have just promoted Kelly into this discussion because she was hanging out as an attendee for some reason. So if she wants to actually speak to any of this, she's welcome to as well.
She was stalking.
I think she might have been, so.
I guess I'll just, I have talked with Peter. Peter's been great. I think that we do try really, really hard to save trees now. Because we've been asked to do so. So we take that direction pretty seriously. We do have trees that have to come out. That will occur on projects, and this will make us pay to do that. So I guess I would just say there are some things we don't know. I think I do know it would cost these projects, particularly sidewalk projects, we would pay. We can't, because there's just some we can't design around, but it is a policy decision kind of that you kind of have to make.
So to the question I thought I heard the mayor raise of, would it be possible to pay for the replacement of trees in those sidewalk projects and the maintenance that is necessary for tree success in the first couple of years of life out of that tree fund, and thus mitigate some of the impacts to the bottom line on those projects?
At some point in time when the fund has sufficient, resources within it, that would be a possibility.
Well, and the interesting thing is that in a lot of these cases, we're actually planting a lot of trees. So you actually, it could be a wash in some cases, and that could be a part of the direction too, is that when we remove trees, we have to replace them and we have to invest those dollars back into the infrastructure to assure their longevity. So we do that already. We have planting requirements in any construction project, and longevity is a requirement with the contractor. But it's another way of thinking about it too.
That would be one way that you could use the fee. You could use the fee as a calculation to make sure that the project is at least investing this amount of dollars back into trees as part of the project at a minimum.
Yeah, that would be a cool way. I'm sorry to jump in, but that would be an interesting way to do it, because we do have pretty rigorous standards in terms of replacement now. So if we could calculate that in somehow, that would kind of reflect some of the best practices I think we've got in place. So that would be interesting to think through some more.
Well, that also starts to get into some interesting discussions that we had a couple of years ago in private development as well. It's not enough just to replace a 1-for-1 ratio if you've taken out a tree that's very large and replaced it with something very small. But we start getting into an interesting calculus when we start talking about how much money we're valuing these trees and this process at, and what the cost back to the project is. So that is a discussion for next year, but that's part of the way we've been thinking about this discussion is we're looking at how we do this so that when we get to the private property one, we have more experience around what we're talking about.
Okay. Are you looking for hard and fast decisions from us tonight, or is this just sort of?
I was hopeful to get something related. My hope is November 17th, when I'm next on the agenda, that I have code that's ready to be adopted that evening. So we've got between now and then to sort of sort out the detail on that piece.
Except for there are no other council meetings.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you have more presentation, Peter, or because
just a couple more things.
Okay, I have questions, but I don't want to cut you off.
Moving along, I just wanted to briefly talk about the programmatic permit. I spent a lot of time with Justin updating the draft language on the code related to the programmatic permits. This is similar to what Portland has. We've scaled it down to something that we feel is appropriate for Milwaukie. The goal here is when utilities are doing tree trimming that we know when they're doing it, we're letting the community know when we're doing it, and we're making sure that they're doing it to the appropriate standards. So it's sort of covering sort of that maintenance and repair, planned maintenance and repair work that they're doing. It's not to cover emergency work. So, if a tree comes down in the middle of the night and takes down the power line, or a branch comes down and takes out a power line, PGE can come in and remove that. This is more of those planned maintenance activities.
Well, it would be nice to get notice of them. I fight when I see PGE's tree people. I always gear up for a fight with them over how much they want to cut of my trees. So it would be nice to have some notice when they're coming, so I can be prepared.
Good. And then a little bit on the low-income assistance. I think last time there were some questions about what methodology we were using to determine low-income assistance. We worked with the community development team, and I think the language that we have is consistent with what's in the construction excise tax and our home energy score. There's a couple things that are just slightly different. We've increased the eligibility to 80%, so that way there's more people that might be able to take advantage of that assistance if they need to.
So it seems, I will say, a little backwards to me that it's easier, or that you're going to be able to get this assistance at higher income levels than you're able to get our utility assistance.
Well, I'm working on tree code. I don't disagree with you on the utility assistance piece, but
well, and then last time we also had the conversation about, and I don't know if you were there, but when Layla was with us, about, what 80% really means, and what's, do we need to lower 80% when we're talking about Milwaukie to 60% or something, because it's high. So,
I'll jump this one. So I was part of that conversation. I was listening in. That was a great conversation. So this is using the same metric as HUD. So the federal standards that they use for the housing vouchers. And when we do the 80%, you're right, because that was what Layla was showing, whereas like the average Milwaukie, or the median Milwaukie income is at the 80% median household income for the Portland metro area. So this is actually allowing more people to qualify, because it's setting the bar up so that more Milwaukeeans would likely qualify, rather than the inverse, saying that you need to make at least this in order to, or rent.
Right. Yeah. Now, this is the good side of us using the area median income, as opposed to how high the rents are going to be on a building that we've, done whatever program we've done to cause affordable housing. So it does cut both ways. It's just, if our purpose is low rents for low-income people,
There's a couple of pieces to this that I just want to, going back to what Councilor Beatty asked. The first is 80%, if I remember correctly, actually comes out about median income for us.
Right.
So we are actually seeing a large portion of families here in Milwaukie could at least receive a reduced rate on removing trees. So it's a question to you. Is that your intention? The second piece of this is, Councilor Beatty, substantially higher than our utility bills, what we're talking about, and it's a one-time hit. So this could be really hard for people who are at our median point. I don't know, but I think it's a great discussion. I just wanted to pull it back to what your question was, because I think that that's what we're asking, is should half of, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's a very different thing than the home energy score, right? The home energy score is something we make people do and we want people to do. Removing trees is something we don't want people to do. So why should we be making it easier for people? I mean, they already will be able to do it if it's dangerous or hazardous or whatever. Why should we be subsidizing people to remove trees?
Why would we pay for that? That's the question. Yeah.
Okay. We didn't exempt for, like, I mean, if a low-income homeowner is faced with the challenge of needing to remove a tree because if they don't, it's going to break their water line. We're not providing an exemption for that. That's not an emergency. So this is something else. And I think that, some of us are very lucky to have $8,200 saved up in the bank. Someone on a fixed income who owns their house who, that is not, they're going to lose their water. That's going to be a water line. That's going to be someone forced out of their home because of the tree.
Do we have any, well, first off, I'm not sure that's true that we aren't exempting people where they're damaging water lines. Is that true?
No, we talked about that last time and we decided that wasn't going to be an exemption.
Okay. So do we have people have had to get these permits forever. They've been cheap, but they've had to get them forever. Do we have any, I had to get one 15 years ago. For a tree that actually turned out to be in my yard, but I thought it was in the right of way at the time and I hadn't had a survey. Do we have data on what bases people ask for these permits now?
There's a wide variety of what people request them for. So anything from the trees causing damage to something in their yard, to they want to put in they want to widen their driveway. There's too much shade, they can't get their lawn to grow, and those aren't necessarily things that get approved, but so there's a wide variety of different things that people do.
Well, so maybe there is, even if we aren't exempting them outright, maybe there's a tier of, maybe there's a category of people where we give them this assistance, and for a category of reasons for the tree removal where we give them assistance if they're in, under the area median.
There can also be a scale. So if you wanted it to be some discount at 80%, more discount at 70%, right? Like there are also, if you want to go into that level of detail with us, the alternative is that you could write it into the code language to give staff some flexibility in those percentages, that this is a review and it's need based. So staff assesses ability to pay. I don't know. But I do know that Peter wants to try and adopt this on the 17th. And just from the depth of this conversation, I'm not sure y'all are quite there yet.
Yeah, this is the kind of conversation where being 10 o'clock at night gets problematic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you are basically looking for a kind of a general thumbs up of, yeah, we think you're there, we're ready to adopt, or tweak this and this, and then we're ready to adopt kind of place.
That's what I was hoping. That's where I was hoping we were.
I would be easy with granting some discretion to staff to determine those levels, and to have the, I would like staff to have the latitude to be able to take into consideration if someone is proposing tree removal because it threatens their water lines or their sewer lines or what have you. The right of way is such a sticky wicket because it's our property, but maintenance of that property is the responsibility of the homeowner. And so when you get to what's underground and maintenance responsibilities, it just gets even muddier. But I do think that if you're somebody who's trying to head off a really bad sewer bill, having staff have some discretion to take that into account is a kindness that we ought to offer.
Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is related to reducing or removing the fees associated with applying for removal. There's still the cost of removal that is somewhat protects the tree in a manner. And
so no, this would be for the permit fee, any removal fees that they might have that are part of the fee structure. And
but it doesn't cover like the cost of an arborist to actually and a crew to come out and
right. No, it doesn't cover that. So this would cover the cost that the city would charge for that process. That was one of the thoughts. Everything that we've talked about. That's why we were recommending that 80% because we felt like we were going to be able to capture a larger section of people or people in need that couldn't afford some of these things when they do happen.
And I'd also say too, just something to consider when thinking about a tiered qualification. We were very fortunate to have for Home Energy Score, Community Energy Project be able to income qualify these folks. And that removes that financial documentation coming through staff. So it might make things a little bit complicated to figure out a way to have this tiered qualification. And we'd have to figure out a system internally for handling those documents and doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do agree with Lisa that we don't want to encourage tree removal for whims, but we also don't want to cause people, huge financial hardship when it's problematic, like a broken water line. So if you guys do want to put some effort into thinking about what a process could look like, I think we need something in there, some happy medium. While you're contemplating that rabbit hole, the other one, am I misremembering in reading the packet that it's not an insignificant amount of money to get a permit to plant a tree?
No, we don't charge any money to plant a tree.
I thought I saw $270 or something. Okay.
So we had, so there was a replanting fee. If somebody removes a tree, there was a replanting fee. If they didn't want to do it on their own, we would do it and for $670.
That might be what I saw. Okay. All right.
I actually have a question on that because the draft code says no person may plant a street tree without first obtaining a permit from the city. And then all of our slides have said like base permit fee is $50. So I'm reading that as there is a $50 fee because you have to apply for a permit. But maybe it's because we haven't really actually seen a full fee schedule related to this code yet.
I will have to, that might have been something that we didn't capture there, but no, the goal was there was no there's a permit, but there's no fee associated with that permit. And if that's not clear in the code, we'll make that clear.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's 9:58 and council needs the motion to continue if it doesn't adjourn in 2 minutes.
Also move Brett to December 1st.
Yeah, is that sufficient? Sorry you had to sit here all night, Brett, to be told that. But does that get you into trouble with the project at all?
He was just providing an update.
No, it does not. That'd be fine.
All right.
So Mayor, can you make a motion or someone make a motion? Thanks.
I'll move to continue the hearing past 10 o'clock or the the meeting.
I think you have to set a time too. Until when?
Do we need 15 more minutes?
Sure.
Until 10:15.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue this meeting until 10:15. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. The meeting will continue until 10:15.
Thank you.
So I had 3 questions that I've been sitting on. One was on public land that is city owned but managed by a different entity. Who pays the fees for tree removal?
The entity.
In other words, does NCPRD or the city of Milwaukie pay for tree removal on city right of way?
Yeah. Well, or on parks land, because public land is not just right of way.
Correct.
I saw NCPRD paying the fee.
And I was wondering, the fines for not pulling a permit, there was something in the language that led me to believe that that's conditional. Did I understand that correctly?
So say that again?
Conditional.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Lisa.
What do you mean by conditional?
That's a great question. That's what my note says. Why did you ask me that at 8 p.m.?
Would that be like, I mean, if there was an emergency and you didn't have time to pull the permit, you wouldn't be fined if you later had to go back in and pay the fee for it?
I think you're right. And we already covered that. So never mind.
Well, we do have, I mean, we do address the situation where somebody just goes out and cuts down a tree. So we would certainly make sure that the penalty covers the permit costs, the removal fee costs, and all those replanting costs associated with that, plus plus any other fines established in the fee schedule.
Okay. And then I just had kind of a broader question about, since we're doing this section, and I know we did it this way in part to kind of get our feet under us around how to do this, and I don't even know that you can answer this question, but I was wondering, how does what we do here inform the fee schedule we might create for private property? What will the relationship be between those two?
Well, we hope that they'll be similar in nature. That there would be removal fees, that tiered structure for size of trees would be similar in nature. So, maybe, all along, maybe some of the smaller trees on private property perhaps would not have the same fees associated with it. But I think the structure would be similar. There would be a tiered fee associated with the diameter.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's one of the things we'll work with the CPIC and the community and the consultant on developing. So. So on this low income assistance, you'd like to see something that perhaps provides staff some additional flexibility to provide assistance in
what I heard was a tiered approach.
Or what's that?
What I heard is some flexibility for us to tier our contribution based on need, but also on what the service is, or consideration of what the reason is behind the tree removal. Am I mishearing that?
Nope, that's
okay.
And I think, I mean, it may, on the need, on the income, that may be trickier. I mean, I think Natalie made a good point, but on the reason for the trees, I mean, I think it could be in the code. It could just be, you know, when a tree removal is necessitated to preserve, you know, utilities, then, you know, this assistance is available. And when a tree removal is
so if that removal is caused by some sort of that extraordinary circumstance that we talked about, then the fee would be waived for those removal fees.
Peter, will you get closer to your computer? I'm sorry.
Yep. So in the case where you couldn't, it was that extraordinary circumstance that we discussed at the last council meeting, last council discussion in August, where it's sort of been a pattern of problematic issues related to damaging infrastructure. That in that case, the removal fee could be waived. Maybe.
Right. But make it clear that it's not just because you know you don't like the tree,
right?
You know, or you don't like cleaning up after the tree, or you know, yeah.
So when you're talking about that the tree would be harming infrastructure, are you also talking about the infrastructure of the house and driveway, or just utilities like the water pipe? I mean, yeah.
I think if it's the foundation, then, you know, the structure itself, I'm not clear, and I know that this is a special case, so please don't take this personally. I'm less clear that driveways would warrant that, you know, because that can be kind of cosmetic. And this is a very dumb conversation for me to even try to have at this point in the evening, because I'm not articulate enough to verbalize what I'm trying to convey.
Well, keeping in mind too that the water pipes are directly under the driveway. So if the driveway is cracking up and the pipes have cracks in them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so that then would be the
limbs inside of them. You know,
yeah.
It's caused by.
How about Peter and I go back? We will present this on the 17th based on some general constructs of what everyone has talked about here, which is public right-of-way issues, i.e. utilities, stuff like that, and homes, probably not other stuff. And we'll try and come up with a solution that you all can discuss on the dais. And we'll just schedule this for some discussion before adoption, so that if these are specifics or you need to make changes, you can. Is that okay? Because I think trying to wordsmith it right now is going to be too hard. Okay.
That makes sense.
Cool. All right. Did anybody else have any other issue with this? All right. Very good.
I need some clarity on one thing before we leave, unfortunately, on this. So we started tonight talking about city projects, and I just want to confirm that you're okay with us looking at this concept of us self-funding infrastructure, i.e. removal of trees requires replacement back into the project at that value of trees and infrastructure for trees. Is that a concept that you're okay with us considering in this draft that we bring to you on the 17th? I see 2 head nods, 3 head nods. I'm trying to find Councilor Faulkner, 4 head nods. Okay, then we'll come back to you with something around that as the other part of this. I think that is everything that I was most concerned about. Peter, is there anything else for you?
No, I think that's pretty much it. Yep.
Okay. The other piece of this is I believe Councilor Beatty had something that she wanted to discuss at the end of the night. I honestly don't remember what it was. So I'm just saying this because it sounded like something you wanted to talk about, and you've got 6 minutes before we're out of meeting time.
I don't even need 6 minutes. I just want to put on people's radar screen. If you've gone to City Hall and gotten your mail, you might have gotten mail on this too, but Portland is on November 4th, the day after the election, is having their next hearing on their South Reach Willamette Greenway plan. And that is the place where they are suggesting that, or at least the last round back in the summer, they were suggesting that, pursuing asking the Oregon Marine Board for a no-wake zone extending from Steel Bridge to Elk Rock Island. And I do think we unfortunately don't meet again before that, so we're not going to be able to take a position as a council, but I just wanted to put it on everybody's radar screen that may be another chance to weigh in on behalf of that view. I have reached out to someone in City of Portland trying to find out if that's going to be an element of this hearing or not, and I haven't gotten an answer yet, but I will share information on that when I get it.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else for the good of the order? All right, well then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Olga, you want to do it now?
I move we adjourn this city council meeting.
A second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
Natalie got rid of her fancy background.
I know.